Hello and welcome to session 4 of the 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Our first event on the program today is event 64, the girls 13 years, 200 metre backstroke. Our referees and starters today are Craig Martin, Emmy Signsick, Don Alton, and our technical director is Heather O'Connor.
We're underway in the first event this morning, the 200 backstroke for the girls 13-year-old, and it's middle of the pool that started well there. Lane 6, Aria Wendt is up the front there with Zoe Clemenson and Kira Stubbins, our 3 medalists from the 50 metres last night, have started well, and it is Wendt out early.
Yeah, really strong underwaters as we expect from Aria. She carried that lead through the opening 25 of this first heat of our girls 13 years 200 metre backstroke, and she will lead through at the 50 metre mark ahead of Kira Stubbins, with Raina Schneider sitting in 3rd place.
A very strong turn there from Stubbins, who has come up alongside Wendt as we come down this second 50 metre there. Also, Raina Schneider's in lane number 2, still in that mix, but it is Stubbins who is leading down the pool as we come down towards the halfway mark.
So really strong swim in the centre of the pool from Kira Stubbins, as she leads through the 100 metres in a 1:12.82, with Raina Schneiders and Aria Wendt side by side in that battle for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, a strong 100 so far for Stubbins, who did finish 2nd in the 50 last night. As we see Raina Schneiders now coming up towards Stubbins. She's clearly in 2nd with Aria Wendt in 3rd, but it is still Kira Stubbins who is leading as we come down towards the final turn. It's a 3-way battle for those placings so far, and it's going to be Stubbins who comes into the wall here and will touch in a 1:52.41.
Once again, Kira Stubbins uses a strong turn to re-extend her lead over Raina in lane 2. With 25 metres left to swim in this opening heat of our girls 13 years 200 metre backstroke, Kieran Stubbins from Campbell is comfortably in control. Raina sitting in 2nd and Ari in 3rd. Starting to put together a strong last 50 is Zoe Clemenson in lane 5, and she's moved comfortably into 4th place. But it will be Kira who takes this opening heat out in a 2:29.94, with Raina in 2nd and Aria in 3rd.
underway here in this second heat, and lane number 4 there, Jamaya Farmi, had a really good start there. Coming up alongside her, though, is Astra Buchanan in lane number 5, who's probably taken the lead as we come down towards the back 25 of this first lap.
Also swimming well in this first 50 is Bridie Steele in lane 3. So she's going to turn with Jemana first and second through this opening 50, and Astrid is alongside them as well. So those three are half a body length clear of the rest of the field, and a really strong turn there from Jemana. She moved from third place on the wall to first place 15 metres after they left the wall there.
Yeah, Jemana and Astrid getting out to a little bit of a break now over Bridie after that turn, and it is Jemana just narrowly ahead here as the two in the middle lanes go stroke for stroke there. As we said, it's Bridie in third spot, and then in lane number 7, Leela Van Aswing in fourth spot.
So through that 100-metre turn with his fastest second 50 in the field, Jemana has established almost a body length lead over Astrid, with Bridie sitting in third place, but that battle for third is starting to tighten up.
Yeah, as we've seen Jemana strong off the turns, which has given her the lead on the last couple of laps there, and been able to extend it as we come down this third 50. Now the battle for second and third is really on there, as we've got Bridie Steele making a little bit of a comeback here. Also looking in lane 5, Astrid Buchanan, and then in lane number 7, Leela also looking really strong.
So into this last 50, Jemana in control. Bridie has now moved into second place with 35 metres left to swim. She's making some ground on Jemana in this last 50.
Yeah, Bridie coming home very strong here next to Jemana. Bridie still half a body length ahead here as we see Bridie come home strong. Also Leela finishing with a bit of momentum here, but Jemima is going to take this one out in a 2:34.70. Second was Bridie Steele, and then third Leela Van Aswing. Underway in this third and final heat of the 13-year-old girls 200-metre backstroke, and it's up in the middle of the pool who has got up and started strong there in lane number 4. Lucy Dolan, who did have a good night on night 1, has started this night very strongly here. Also in lane 8, Emily Carato having a really good first 50.
And it is a special occasion for our 13-year-old girls in the turner backstroke, because the Victorian age group record turns 40 this year.
That's massive.
Yes, so that's the Victorian age group records standing at that 2:24.3 set back in 1985 by Nicole Livingston.
Yeah, familiar name in swimming circles here, and will be interesting to see if any of these swimmers get close, but I think you'd have to get a lot of time off these heats. As we see in this one, Lucy Dolan leading the way here down this second 50 metre. Also looking strong in lane number 3, Emily Liu and Emily Carato in lane number 8, still having a really good swim.
Yeah, really strong opening 100 from Lucy Dolan. Comfortably in front. Emily Carato sitting in second place. But that battle for the minor places is really tight in this heat, with Miley Bird, Amelia Liu and Zoe Zhu all in contention for that second place.
Yeah, they've all started to come up now, but they're still chasing Lucy Dolan, who is well in front here in this third 50 metres here. That battle for second, Miley Bird coming up really strong here now in second position here, but it is all Lucy Dolan in this heat.
So Lucy makes her final turn through the 150 metres and leads by 5 metres over Miley Bird, who's established on firm hold of second place and has a body length lead over Emily Carato and Amelia Liu.
As we come down this final 50, it's still Lucy Dolan well and truly in front here. We've got that gap to second with Miley Bird, but that battle for third is still on there. Neve Collier in lane number 0. One of our visitors has started to come up strongly. Also got Emily Liu, but it is going to be Lucy Dolan who is going to take out this third heat in a 2:34.26. Second on the wall there, Miley Bird in a 2:37.70, and then third was our visitor Neve over in lane number 0.
And we are underway in our opening heat of event 65, the boys 13 years 200 metre backstroke. We have 3 heats.
Starting well there was Harriet Collegius, who did finish third in the 50 last night and has come out very fast, as you'd expect from a 50 metre swimmer here. Half a body length lead as we're coming up to the wall for the first 50 here. He turns first in a 31.41, nearly 2 seconds ahead of our visitor Fletcher Cummings in second, and then third was Elijah Lamont.
So it's no surprise to see Harry well and truly out in front here. He does have a faster entry time by a decent margin here in this opening heat, and he's putting together a really strong 100, keeping that stroke rate up nice and high as he moves through to the halfway mark, ahead of Fletcher, with Elijah maintaining third place.
As we see him turn now in a 1:06.36. That leads now out to nearly 3 seconds over Fletcher Cummins. Third spot is Elijah Lamont as well, but coming up strongly over in lane number 1 is Evan, who is starting to make an attempt to try and pass Elijah for that third spot, but it is all Harry in that leading in this third 50.
So he's managed to hold a 35-second on that second 50. Obviously, the aim in this 200 will be to try and even split those second, third and fourth 50s. So as he makes his way to this final turn, that third 50, 36.3. So just a little bit slower than that second 50. We'll see if he can pick it up again on this last 50 as he makes his way under the false start rope. Got 35 metres left to swim. Fletcher Cummins beside him is doing a really good job and has started to pick up his rating in this last 50, with Elijah still holding on to third place.
Yeah, as we're coming up for this last 25 metres, it is still Harry leading here as he has from the start with a solid lead over Fletcher Cummins. That battle for third is really on now across the pool. So we've got lane 1 there, Evan Moy in lane 2 and also Elijah in lane 8 as we see Harry touching a 2:18.48, Fletcher Cummins in a 2:21.74 and third spot is going to be Elijah Lamont in a 2:28.78. Now underway in heat 2 of the 200 metres backstroke for the 13-year-old boys, and it's Archie Smith who has started the strongest here. The fastest seeded in this race, the only one in 2:16s alongside Harry, who we saw in that previous heat. Also the winner of last night's 50-metre backstroke event.
So our athlete from South Gippsland Bass leads through this opening 50 with Fraser Blair sitting in second place and Thomas Poppins in third.
Seeing those first two starting to kick away here, but that battle for third in this heat is on. But it's Archie Smith leading the way here as we come down to the 100-metre mark here. Has a body length lead there over Fraser Blair, just maintaining that as he's set to come to the flags for this first turn here. In third is over in lane number 1 in Hahn, who has had a really good second 50.
So it will be Archie Smith who leads through from Fraser Blair. Junyu Hahn leads into third place now with that good second 50, just ahead of Thomas Poppins. So that all-important battle for third in this heat is really tight, because that could be the difference between qualifying for the final tonight. A reminder, our top 10 athletes across these 3 heats progress to the final.
As we see Smith there still ahead there, maintaining that body length lead there over Fraser Blair in lane number 5, as we see Smith touch at the 150 in a 1:44.31. So we said Fraser Blair in second spot. Then in third spot is now Byron Morgan, who has come up in that third 50 with not much between third, fourth and fifth.
So with 25 metres left to swim, it is still all Archie Smith, looking controlled and relaxed out in front. Fraser Blair's put together a good swim to stay within 5 metres of Archie. And those two are comfortably first and second in this second heat of our boys' 13 years 200 backstroke. And with a strong second 100, it is Byron Morgan who's moved into touch in third. as we're underway here in the third and final heat of our boys 13 years 200 metre backstroke. The opening two heats have set a strong standard in the effort to chase a spot in the final tonight. We've had 10 swimmers already under that age national qualifying time, so you're going to have to be well and truly under that mark of 2:32.93 to qualify for the final tonight.
As we come into the first turn here, it is Ethan Carr leading the way in lane number 5. One of our visitors, Blake Allen, in second spot, with Danielle Mancini in third spot. But it is lane 4 and 5 who have a battle going down this second 50 here.
So nothing separated them down the opening 50. They're still going stroke for stroke as they approach the 100-metre turn. So Ethan and Blake go through that 100-metre turn in 1:06 and 1:07.
Blake leading narrowly at that turn, but it's been a good start to this back half there for Ethan, who's been able to level up again here, as we say, going stroke for stroke, still down this third 50 here. Mancini in third spot there in lane number 3, but it's a battle in front here between the two pace setters who are still going stroke for stroke.
So as they head their way into the final turn, Blake Allen has eked out a small advantage, gaining 0.2 of a second on that 50 over Ethan, with Daniel still sitting in third place. It does look like Blake is now continuing to extend his lead that he established in that third 50 and has pulled almost a body length clear with 25 metres left to swim.
They came in with a 9-second better seeded time here, and now starting to kick away here. It is going to be Blake Allen who will take out this third heat here as he's coming down towards the wall. He will touch in a 2:21.05. Ethan Carr in second in a 2:23.62. As we're seeing Danielle Mancini now touching third in a 2:30.43.
In the water now is time final 2 of event 66, the girls 14 years 400 metre individual medley. A reminder for our 400 metre individual medleys, our fastest heat swims at night. All heats are timed finals. So our fastest 10 qualifiers are swimming in the evening session, with Audriana, Madeline and Eve posting a time in this morning's session to challenge those other 14-year-old girls who will be competing tonight.
As we've seen Adriana David come out strongly here in the butterfly with more than a body length lead coming down that first lap. She's extending that margin as she comes down towards the wall. Nothing between Matilda and Eve in second and third there, but it's all Adriana in this butterfly leg.
It's really good to see Adriana being nice and positive in this butterfly leg, really attacking the butterfly in this 400 IM. She makes her way through this opening 100 and moves on to her backstroke. Eve and Matilda turn together in second and third place, sitting about 10 metres behind.
Adriana coming in with the slowest of the three-seated time, so she'll be looking to try and get a PB here as she continues to hold that momentum in the backstroke here, well and truly ahead of the other two who are going stroke for stroke. Eve did have the better of the turns, but Matilda's been able to stick with her narrowly ahead here halfway down the first lap of the backstroke.
So it was a strong butterfly. She's continuing that into her backstroke, keeping her tempo up nice and high, working that turn, which is good to see in a 400 IM. That's always a challenge to try to get out past those flags, as when your lungs are just gasping for air. As Matilda has now used her strong backstroke to pull clear in second place.
It's been a good backstroke so far from Matilda, as you said, being able to break free of Eve here and being able to put a couple of body lengths lead on her. As we see Adriana still in front here, still maintaining that lead as she's coming up to the wall for the turn here to head into the breaststroke. And we all know the breaststroke, the most important leg in this race here, and she'll come up with a massive lead over here over Matilda Young, who's about to turn here in a nearly 8-second difference between those first and second.
So Adriana, really strong opening 200. She's had an entry time of 5:43.5. Through that 200 metre in at 2:35. She's given herself every chance to swim a really big personal best here in our timed final of the girls' 14 years 400 metre individual medley. In the breaststroke, she's doing a fantastic job of keeping that stroke nice and long as she drives forward off the legs. Matilda is following behind her, maintaining that distance that was established in the butterfly leg. She comfortably sits in second place.
As we've seen, Adriana now in the second lap of the breaststroke here. That distance now still that 8 seconds, so she was able to slightly increase that lead on the breaststroke leg. As we see Eve now touch on the wall here, as we start to see Matilda try and make a move here on Adriana as we come down this second lot of the breaststroke here.
So with 15 metres left to swim in this breaststroke leg, Matilda has made a little bit of ground over this second 50, but it is still all Adriana who leads comfortably as she heads into the freestyle and is on track for a really strong personal best time as she turns through the 300 in 4:14.35. Matilda in second place and Eve in third.
Yeah, Matilda able to decrease that margin by 2 seconds in that second lap of the breaststroke. But Adriana has started the freestyle very strong to be able to get that lead back out. Eve, as we said, coming in third spot, also looking for a strong swim here, but it's still all Adriana David as she's about to come into the wall to turn for this final lap.
As she makes her way through this final turn, she'll need a big last 50 because she's getting very close to give herself a chance to get this national age qualifying time in the 400 IM of a 5:26.69. A strong last 50 is going to give herself a chance as she's got 25 metres left to swim here. She's really brought those legs in. She's kicking nice and strong. She's got that rate up with 15 metres left to swim. It does look like the time's just going to get away from her, but it's going to be a huge personal best by over 10 seconds as she's going to be in the hot seat after this opening time final.
Massive swim there. As you said, 10-second PB to start the morning there for Adriana David. Nice swim there. Matilda Young's now going to touch in a 5:40.85. They're in second spot. As we see Eve Wu now come up to finish her race. She will touch in a 5:52.55.
the water now is heat 2 of event 67, the boys 14 years 400 metre individual medley. This event has been reseeded.
As we see now here, lane number 4 and 6 here, Leave and Ethan have started this race strongly down the butterfly leg here. It's going to be Ethan who is just going to touch first here. Sorry, it was Lev who out-touched him just. Those two lead as we come down the first turn.
So once again, across the field, we're seeing some really positive butterfly. Obviously, in this 400 metre individual medley, the aim is to try and get through that butterfly as fast as possible, using as little energy as possible. Doesn't sound like it necessarily goes together. That's the objective. Get to that 100 metre turn, nice and fast, but relaxed.
And as with the girls, it is a timed final as well, so there is no resting waiting for the final tonight. They've got to give it everything in this race, and it's Lev Dishlik in first spot, Ethan Gatley in second, and Patrick Whitewood in lane number 2 in third as we turn into the backstroke.
So we've just completed our butterfly leg. Now we're moving on to the backstroke leg. It's really important that we work on trying to keep that rate up nice and high. Backstroke's not the recovery from the butterfly. We need to really be aggressive in this backstroke leg. Keep those arms turning up nice and high. Keep your hips and feet up.
Yeah, as we've seen the first two, able to extend their lead in this first lap of the backstroke. Still Lev leading here, but Ethan is right behind him here. Lev will turn in a 1:46.70. Half a second there ahead of Ethan Gatley, and then in third spot is still Patrick Whitewood on that far side.
So Lev just continues to extend that lead, maintaining that nice high stroke rate here in this second 50 of our backstroke. Ethan remains comfortably in second place, with that battle developing in behind them for third.
Yeah, Joshua Chen is coming into this one, and Ange in lane number 5. So they're now battling it out for third as we see Lev touch on the wall here to turn into the breaststroke here. The lead now 2.5 seconds, so he was able to build on that momentum from that first 100.
We'll see most of those boys there from as fast as second 50 of backstroke than the first 50, which is not uncommon. We'll probably see a number of them do the same here in the breaststroke. The challenge is to try and hit your speed as you move on to your new stroke as soon as possible. Now, breaststroke, we're focusing on keeping that distance per stroke, driving off those legs, stretching tall.
We've seen Ange starting to now come up towards Ethan in that battle for second, but we've still got Lev leading the way here as he comes to turn for the second lap of the breaststroke here. He turns in a 3:09.73 with that battle now for second. Ethan still in second spot, but Ange right behind him.
So Lev continues to lead through this breaststroke leg. He's held the same margin over Ethan, but it is Arjun who is the big mover in this breaststroke. Turned with Joshua Chin at the end of that backstroke leg, but he's now moved through into second place and is beginning to chase down Lev in the second 50 of breaststroke. But our MLC athlete will lead through this 50 and into the freestyle leg, and have Arjun in second place and Ethan in third. So as we've got 75 metres left to swim, once again we're seeing a really strong swim from Lev out in front, and he's giving himself every chance to chase down the 14-year-old boys. National qualifying time of 5:10.90 as he makes his way through to this final turn.
As he turns there, and as you said, the battle for that national time here, as we see Ange turn in second, Ethan will turn in third spot here, as we see Lev now down this final lap as he's trying to get this national time.
He should be comfortably inside the national qualifying time with 25 metres left to swim. Put together a really strong swim here. He had an entry time of 5:17.15. He's going to take a big chunk of time off that, and well and truly under that age national qualifying time as he comes into touch in a 5:05.12. So great swim there from Lev to take out time final 2 of our boys 14 years, 400-metre individual medley ahead of Arch and Ethan in third. Underway in time final 3 of event 67, the boys 14 years 400-metre individual medley.
Just 3 swimmers in this heat, in this timed final. We've got Troy Oswald leading the way there in lane number 4, Jacob McCready's in lane number 5, and Terence Chi in number 3.
They all got off the block nice and quickly, but it was Troy who does lead through this opening 50, with Terence and Jacob sitting side by side down this second 50 of butterfly.
Not much separating these 3 swimmers on seated times coming into this event. It is Troy Oswald still maintaining that lead down the back half of this butterfly. Jacob McCready starting to make a move towards the end of this lap here. He's going to come up alongside Oswald. As we touch on the wall here, it's still going to be Oswald in front, but not much between him and McCready.
So it's all tightened up once again as we've moved into that backstroke leg. You'd see Troy develop a really strong lead in the opening 75 metres of butterfly. Terence and Jacob really worked that last 25 of butterfly to even it up. And as we go through that 25-metre mark of our backstroke leg, they're all going stroke for stroke. With a strong move from Terence in lane 3. He's moved from 3rd place at that turn into the lead as he approaches the backstroke turn.
Yeah, he's really made the most of this first leg of the backstroke here, and he's actually got out to a little bit of a lead here, so he'll be pretty happy with that first lap. He will touch first here. Not much between the 3 swimmers, as we've seen. McCready in second, Troy Oswald, who obviously has a good butterfly leg, struggling a little bit on this backstroke to keep up with the other 2.
So Terence is looking smooth and relaxed in this second 50 of backstroke, keeping that arm tempo going nicely. Hips are sitting up nice and high in the water as he works his way towards the breaststroke, with Jacob and Troy sitting side by side.
See Terence now come into the wall here at the halfway mark, turns in a 2:33.8. In second is Jacob McCready in a 2:38.17, and then Troy Oswald in third in a 2:40.40. As we see Terence now trying to extend this lead as he comes down the breaststroke leg.
So Terence's G is doing a really good job of that length of stroking this breaststroke leg. Really driving forward off his legs, keeping his stroke nice and long, holding his streamline out in front. But Jacob McCready is starting to make a little bit of ground, and Troy's not going away either. So the margin between the 3 of them has decreased in this opening 50 of breaststroke.
There was nearly 7 seconds at the halfway mark. It's back down to 3 and a bit. So being able to reduce that lead by half there is Jacob McCready, but Troy Oswald right on his shoulder as well. So it looks like it will be a battle coming into this freestyle leg here. Terence still in front, but the other 2 coming strongly at him.
Yeah, so Jacob made a second on Terence in that opening 50 of breaststroke, and Troy made a second on Jacob. So it's getting nice and close in this breaststroke leg with 15 metres left to swim. They're all within 2 body lengths of each other as they head towards the freestyle. Terence is going to hold on to his lead, and in this last 25 has managed to hold them off not let them gain any further ground as he heads into the freestyle ahead of Jacob and Troy sitting in third.
Yeah, not much between them. Back to about 2 seconds between them here. Jacob on the turn, able to maintain that lead over Troy in second and third here, but Terence has had the better start in the freestyle leg, able to extend his lead out a little bit more here as the other two now kick into gear down the back half of this first 50 of the freestyle.
Yeah, Terence has put together a really good freestyle, keeping that stroke long and smooth and really working those legs as he turns through with 50 to go. A nice strong opening 50, and Troy and Jacob side by side as they battle for second place in this heat. All three boys are on for big personal best times in this last 25 metres. They're bringing Terence has done a fantastic job to bring those legs up to a 6-speed kick as he races towards the wall, and is going to smash his personal best time by well and truly over 10 seconds to take out this third time final in 5:15.07. Jacob's going to hold on for second with Troy in third.
A phone in a light pink case has been handed in. If this is your phone, you can collect it from the officials table. That's a phone in a light pink case has been handed in. You can collect it from the officials table. We are now underway in the 100-metre butterfly for the girls. A 15-year-old here. Starting strongly in the middle of the pool. Lane 5, Jessica Osborne, one of our visitors, has had a good start there. Kira Jeffs also off to a flyer there. Had a good night, finishing second in the 50 fly on night one, so expect her to be among the contenders.
So as they make their way through this opening 50, it is our visitor from South Australia, Jessica Osborne, who leads ahead of Kira Jeffs, with Kira enters sitting in third place. Waylin Tron is also swimming really strongly in lane 2 and is trying to challenge Kira for that third place.
As we see Jeffs now coming up next to Osborne. Osborne still able to maintain that lead as we see now Jeffs come over the top of her. It's going to be stroke for stroke as we come underneath the flags here in this first heat. It's Jeffs and Osborne come into the wall, and it's going to be Jeffs who touches in a 1:04.54. Jessica Osborne second in a 1:04.85, and Kira enters in a 1:06.16. Underway here in the second of 4 heats in the 50 butterfly for the 15 girls, and it's lane 4 and 5, Zara Jeffrey and Mia Misford taking this out strongly. Jeffrey, our title winner in the 50 fly last night, will be looking to back it up here, but it's Misford leading the way early.
So Mia will lead through this opening 50 at 30.4 ahead of Zara Jeffrey. Really strong opening 50 there from Mia. She's maintained almost a 3/4 body length lead over Zara Jeffrey through the 75-metre mark.
Yeah, the two of them have been able to extend their lead here as we see Jeffrey now starting to come up alongside Misford here. So Mia still with a narrow lead here as Zara comes at her hard in this last 10 metres here. It's going to come down to the touch, and it is going to be Mia Misford who touches in a 1:06.05. Zara Jeffrey in a 1:06.26, and then a third was Wang in a 1:09.16.
We're underway in our third heat of girls 15 years 100-metre butterfly. And through the opening 25, it is Emily Daunt and Hannah Buchanan who leads. So Hannah Buchanan, our swimmer from Ballarat, is taking it up to her South Australian competitors on her inside. The strong second 25, it will be Clara Fay who's moved into the lead ahead of Emily and Hannah.
Yeah, not much between the three of them on the wall there. Emily Daunt probably had the better of the turn of the three here. So it's Emily and Clara leading the way down this second 50 here. They've been able to break away there from Hannah in lane number 6. As we see now, Clara Fay able to extend a little bit of a lead here over Emily Daunt. But Daunt is coming hard, strong at the end of this lap here. Again, it's going to come down to the touch. On this occasion, Clara Fay touches in a 1:06.14, narrowly touching out Emily Daunt in a 1:06.18. Savannah Harrison, another visitor, finishes third in a 1:06.59. Now in the water of this final heat here of the girls 15 butterfly. We've only got 3 swimmers in this race. We've got Abby O'Meara, Jasmine Link and Ella Webber.
Really strong opening 50 from Jasmine Linky, and she has put together some strong swims so far this meeting. It looks like she's continuing to do here that in the opening 50 as she works through in a 31.89 ahead of Ella, with Abby O'Meara sitting in third place.
Yeah, not much separated these three coming into this event, but it is Jasmine Linky, one of our visitors, who has been dominant so far after a really strong first 50, being able to back it up and extend her lead down the back 25 of this second lap.
At an entry time of 1:13.55, comes underneath the flags and absolutely annihilates that under the 1:10 to take out our fourth and final heat of the girls 15 years 100-metre butterfly. In the water now for the boys 15-year-old 100-metre butterfly. We've got 6 heats in this event, and in this one Lawrence Lim, one of the visitors, has flown out of the blocks here in the first 25 metres to take an early lead. Now Singapore aquatic athlete is going to lead through this opening 50 in a swift 26.78 ahead of Michael Chen and Alexander in lane 2.
And Lawrence, one of 2 swimmers in this heat to have a seated time entry under that 1 minute mark, along with George Galvin, another one of our visitors, as Lawrence continues to hold the lead here, building on it in this second 50 here. It's been a strong swim from the Singapore swimmer, who will come out to take this first heat in a 57.14. Coming in second was Michael Chen, who's under that 1 minute mark in a 59.25. And then third was George Galvin.
We're underway in heat 2 of our 15-year-old boys 100-metre butterfly. And it is Harold Zhu who leads through the opening 25. We know Harold's always strong in his underwaters, and he showed that there. He's continued to hold that lead, and now coming up alongside him is Jacob Richards in lane 5.
See that they come into the wall for that first turn. Jacob touches first there, ahead of Kojima in lane number 6, with Harold Zhu in a third here. Jacob, the only swimmer in this heat with a time underneath that 1 minute mark coming in here, so there'll be a couple looking to break that.
Yes, any time under the minute is a really strong swim for our 15-year-old boys in the 100 butterfly. And Jacob is in control of this heat, and is going to take this heat to comfortably in a 58.70, and both Harold and Kazaya joining him under the minute mark.
Underway now in this third heat of the 100-metre butterfly for the 15-year-old boys here. Starting well in lane number 5 is Gabrielle Wong, who has had a good program so far, building into this first 50 and extending the lead as he's getting ready to come underneath these flags.
So it is all Gabrielle Wong through that opening 50. He leads ahead of Leo Nolan, with Kento sitting in third place in lane 4, with William Ko also swimming strongly in 3.
It is all still Gabrielle Wong as he's coming down for this last 25 metres here as a 3/4 body length lead over the chasing pack. There's not much between second, third and fourth here, but it is going to be Gabrielle Wong who will take this one out. Leo Nolan's had a good back 25 metres here. He will touch in fourth as he's out touched there by Kento in lane number 4, finished third, and then we've got William Ko finished second, so only Gabrielle Wong underneath the 1 minute mark in this one. Heat number 4 now underway in this boys 100-metre butterfly here for the 15-year-olds. It's been a good start out here on this far side. Angus Yule in lane number 9's had a good start. Also Oliver Lessig in lane number 7, as we see Ryan Altus in lane number 4 now start to come through.
Also swimming strongly is Thomas Markham over in lane 0. So it will be Thomas who leads through this opening 50 ahead of Ryan, with Campbell Mills sitting in third place. It is Ryan Altus in the centre of the pool who did have the best of the turns, and he's popped up in the lead and is continuing to hold that lead with 25 metres left to swim. But Sebastian Bullen in lane 5 is coming right up alongside his shoulder, and Oliver Lessig is making his move in this final 25 as well.
Yes, across the pool here as we've got different swimmers all making their move here. Oliver having a good last 25 metres here. Ryan also there, but it is going to be Oliver Lessick who touches in a 1:02.21. Second is Sebastian Bullen. Then third was Isaac Wren, who came home strongly.
So we're underway here in heat 5. And it is a nice even start across the field. Leanne in lane 3, just leading through the first 25.
Been a good start across the board. Lane number 9 again here, having a good one. This time it's Benjamin Van Dyke who's come out strongly. He will touch first here ahead of Ian in lane number 2 and then Ryan Jer in lane number 3.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Benjamin is holding on to that lead, but a really strong second 50 from Ayan, and he's pulled clear of the rest of the field. Gabriel's also swimming strongly in lane 4, and Ryan Guru is moving up into third place out of lane 2. But it will be all Ayan here in heat 5 of the boys 15 years, 100-metre butterfly. As we move along to our 6th and final heat of our boys 15 years 100 butterfly, we're seeing the last 2 heats pop out some really strong personal best times by 2, 3 and 4 seconds. We'll see if the last heat can match them.
Yeah, Harry Lynn in lane number 5 has had a good start there, our visitor. So he's the one who is leading down this first 50 metres now. He's going to come underneath the flags here. Will touch in front ahead of Max Pryor in lane number 4 and then Mark Iben in lane number 3. He touches in third spot.
So Harry Lynn leads through this opening stages of this second 50, but Max Pryor is really flying now. He came off the wall strongly. Those first couple of strokes were really powerful. He made his ground and he's flying home in this second 50 and is in complete control of our 6th and final heat of our boys 15 years 100 butterfly as he comes into touch in a 1:03.31, taking off 3 seconds from his entry time. And we're underway in event 70, the girls 16 years 50-metre breaststroke. There are 3 heats of this event. A really strong start in lane 3 from Jessie Steinem. She leads through the opening 25 with Leah Betson. So those two continue to lead with 15 metres left to swim. Angela Nguyen is starting to make a move as well in this second 25. But it is still Jessie Steinem who's leading with 5 metres left to swim in this opening heat, and does take this opening heat out in a nice 34.89, ahead of Angela, with Leah in third.
Now in the water in this second of 3 heats here for the girls. A 16-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. It's fairly even across the pool down this first 25 metres here. Lane number 5, there's Zoe Varbre, probably a little bit ahead here, but also looking good is Isabel Nash in lane number 4 and Memphis Johnson in lane number 3. It's those 3 lanes that have been able to get out to a little bit of a lead here. It is Zoe leading the way as we come underneath the flags here. As we come down to the wall, it is going to be Zoe that touches first in a 35.16, Isabel Nash in a 35.32, and Memphis Johnson in a 35.41.
So it's Macy Sheridan getting the best of the starts in our third heat of girls 16 years 50 breaststroke. She led through the first 15 metres, but now coming alongside her and past her are both Claudia Prieto and Olivia Hines through the opening 25. With 15 metres left to swim, it is Claudia who's moved into a slight lead over Olivia as they head down underneath the flags and into the wall to touch. And it will be Claudia in a 34.60 ahead of Olivia, with Macy in third.
It's now the boys' turn in the 50-metre breaststroke for the 16-year-olds here. A fairly strong start there in lane number 3 from Hamish Evans, who's now up alongside Ben in the middle there, and Daniel Nugent in lane 5. It's the 3 middle lanes in this one again who are leading the way. It's going to be Ben Hung who is in first spot as we come up towards the flags. Coming strong is Daniel Nguyen. As we come down to the wall, it is going to be Ben Hung who touches in a 30.47. Just 0.02 behind him is Daniel Nguyen, and Hamish Evans in third in a 30.62.
So it is Milo Dressel-de-Bruin who leads through the first 15 metres here. Ashley Lansbury's coming up alongside him as those two go through the 25 together. Just ahead of Billy Fisher sitting in lane 6. Also swimming well is Samuel Mills, but it will be Milo and Ashley who go towards the last 5 metres together. Milo getting the touch in 30.45 ahead of Ashley and Samuel in third. Oscar Dingwall leads through the opening 15 metres here in Heat 3. Ahead of Alric Wong. Those two are half body length ahead of the rest of the field with 15 metres left to swim. A really strong second 25 from Alric Wong has taken the control of the heat, and he takes down to 30.21 ahead of Oscar with Bowie Jones in third. Underway in our fourth and final heat of our boys 16 years 50-metre breaststroke. And through the first 25 metres, it is James Richardson who leads. Swimming a strong second 25. In the centre of the pool is Harry Rowland and also Daniel Atkinson. And Daniel will come in to take the fourth and final heat out in a 33.86. With James holding on for second and Ethan in third.
Now in the water for the girls 17 and 18 400-metre freestyle. We've got 2 heats in this event. Going out strongly there in lane number 7 is Isabel Osborne, who we've already seen this morning. Alinta Dingwell, also one that had a good performance last night, had a good start here, along with Sophie Jacker. As we touch here at the turn, it is Sophie Jacker leading the way here at the 50-metre. Alinta Dingwell in second spot there, and then in third was Alice Sharp in lane number 2, who had a good backup of that first 50 here. As we come down this second 50, it is the middle 3 lanes there. Alinta Dingwell, Kira Mooney and Sophie Jacker leading the way.
So through the first 100, it will be our visitor from South Australia, Alinta Dingwell, who leads through, and had Sophie Jacker. Both of them had slightly better turns and pulled a little bit further ahead of Kiara Mooney in lane 4.
It is Dingwell who is leading the way down this third 50. Been able to get a little bit of a gap on the other two. Kiara Mooney has had a good 50 here, coming back up alongside Sophie Jacker. See Dingwell here turn in front at the 150 at a 1:40.18. In second is Jacker, narrowly ahead of Kiara Mooney.
So as they approach the 200-metre turn, it's still Alinta who's leading. Sophie's coming up right alongside her as they're breathing towards each other. So through the 200-metre turn, those two are going to lead just ahead of Chiara.
Dingwell narrowly ahead of Jacka at that turn, but it was a good turn there from Alinta Dingwell. She did get a little bit of a gap here, but Sophie sticking with her. Chiara in a third spot, and also coming up is Isabel Osborne, who's almost up alongside Chiara.
So with 2 heats, you really want to make sure you're finishing definitely well and truly inside the top 4 to give yourself the best chance of progressing to the final tonight for in our girls 17-18 400-metre freestyle.
See Alinta Dingwell still in front here, narrowly over Sophie Jacka. Isabel Osborne now up into third spot, so she's had a good back half to this race so far. Jacka, though, continuing to stick with Dingwell, finishing laps very strongly, as we see Dingwell will look to come into the wall here with 100 to go.
So those two have pulled well clear of the chasers behind, with Isabella Osborne comfortably in third place now with 75 metres left to swim in our opening heat.
As we see Dingwell with a half a body length lead now over Jacka, so she's upped the tempo here in this second last 50 here. Our visitor will turn in front at the final turn here. She will turn in a 4:02.59, nearly a second ahead of Jacka.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Linda Dingwell continues to lead with that 3/4 of the body length lead over Sophie Jacka. Our age national qualifying time for our 17 and 18-year-old girls is 4:36.95. So these girls are going to be right on that here in this morning's heat session. With Linda touching in first, Sophie in second, and Isabella Osborne in third.
Now in the water for this second and final heat here of the 400-metre freestyle for the 17 and 18-year-old girls. It's a fairly even start across the pool, with the 5 in the middle lanes having a good start here. Leading the way slightly would be lane 4, Holly McDonald, another one of our visitors. We have got 3 in this heat.
So it will be Holly who leads through from Eloise. Meg sitting in third place. So it is our visitors sitting in first, second and third through that opening 50.
As we see here, it's still Holly leading the way down this second 50 here. It's been a good 50 from Eloise in lane number 3, who is coming up alongside her. The two of them now have been able to get a little bit of a gap on the rest of the race.
They did that by just maintaining their speed in that second 50. Those 33-second 50s help pull them clear of the rest of the field. In our format, we want to try and settle down into that rhythm that we're aiming to maintain as quickly as possible. So we saw them in 33-second range there. We'll see what they're able to maintain on these next couple of 50s, and that will give us a good idea what time we're looking from these two leading athletes here in Heat 2 of our girls 17-18 400-metre freestyle.
Yeah, going stroke for stroke in that one. Holly just touching out Eloise, both touched in 35, so a little bit slower that 50 there as they continue to lead this race. Holly narrowly there ahead of Eloise.
So 35 is probably their target speed that they're aiming to maintain now as they make their way to 200-metre mark. And it's still Holly who continues to lead, and she turns through halfway. Again, once again, a 35 low, whereas Eloise that slightly slower, 0.2 of a second behind on that 50.
And the rest of the swimmers in 37th or 38. There in third is Meg. Fourth is Eliza Connolly, who was faster in that 50 than the previous one.
As we make our way through this third 100, Eloise and Holly are still within half a body length of each other. Once again, Holly does a really strong turn there. So Holly's McDonald's turn gave her just another half body length lead, with Eloise now trying to chase her down once again through this third 100 of our second heat of girls 17-18 400 freestyle.
Got the battle at the front there, but then also the battle for third there between Meg and Eliza. Eliza narrowly ahead there, but not much between those two as we see Holly here touch at the 300 mark. She swims in a 35.58, that one. Eloise in a 36.22, so dropped off the pace a little bit in that 50.
And that was the difference there. Now Holly's out to over a body length lead as we head down with 75 metres left to swim. Eloise trying to hold on to her feet, with Eliza Connolly sitting in third place, 2.5 body lengths clear of Meg Holman.
See Holly now coming to the wall, only one of two swimmers with a seated time underneath that 4:30 mark here. She's starting to show why, as she has kicked away here from Eloise, as we see Eliza Connolly just touch in third spot as we come down the final 50.
So it has been this second 200 where Holly McDonald has just slowly started to pull away from her fellow visitor in Eloise, and those two will comfortably finish first and second here in Heat 2 of the girls 17-18 400 freestyle. Eliza Connolly will come into touch in third place, with Meg behind in fourth.
In the water here for the 400-metre freestyle for the boys 17 and 18-year-old. We have got 2 heats in this one. First big thing out here, Campbell Wilson Moran, the defending champion, is not out there, so this will open up for the other swimmers.
Yes, we do know that Campbell Wilson Moran has just returned from America with that Victorian team that was over there for the US Open titles.
It did win the 100 last night as well, so already been busy in the pool. As we're now into this second 50, Peter Behrens in lane number 7 was leading at the turn there. As we come down to this 100-metre here, lane number 5, Finian Sandcock, one of our visitors, has had a strong second 50 here. Coming up strongly also is Zachary Shearer, and Peter Behrens still up there as well.
It is nice and even across the field through this opening 100 of our boys 17, 18. 400-metre freestyle here on day 3 of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Championships. Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facilities manager partner is Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership connects organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the state. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victorian swimming infrastructure.
As we come down to the halfway mark, it's Callum Risotto in lane number 1 leading that one from lane number 3. Darcy Stewart in lane number 2 is in second. Peter Behrens touching in third, but it is Risotto who is leading the way, but starting to come through is Finian Sandcock in lane number 5.
So once again, still 7 swimmers in with a chance here in this heat. But just 2 heats, definitely want to be pushing to make sure you're in that top 3 to 4 positions to give yourself the best chance of qualifying for the final tonight. And a reminder that with only 2 visitors allowed to progress to the finals, those visitors need to make sure not only they're in the top 3 positions, but making sure they're in the top 2 visitors to touch the wall.
As we come down this lap here, Sandcock, one of those ones who is a visitor trying to make sure he qualifies, is still leading the way there in the middle of the pool. He will touch first. Riley Hodgkins in lane number 8 had a really good 50 there to come up into second spot. Peter Behrens still sticking around there in third.
So as we move through into this final 100 metres, it's still 5 in contention here with 75 metres left to swim. Riley Hodgkins is putting together a really strong swim down in lane 8. And he's going to turn in the lead with Finian. So those 2 turn first and second, with Peter Behrens sitting in third place. And once again, Riley pops off that turn and really accelerates. Our DV aquatic swimmer.
Yeah, came in with the second slowest seated time in this heat, so it's been a sensational swim from him. Finian still looking strong in the middle of the pool, has regained that lead there, so he will touch first, but we will have Riley in second. So it was Finian touching in a 4:18.28, Riley in a 4:19.25, and Peter Behrens in a 4:19.66.
underway here in our second heat of our boys 17-18 400 metre freestyle. A really strong start from Harry Heath, and he leads through this opening 50. We saw him put together some really good swims last night in that 200 metre individual medley, especially taking off a couple of seconds from his personal best.
Looking good down this second lap. Also starting to come through is Adam in lane number 6, and the two of them have been able to break away from the rest of the race. Here it is, still Harry leading half a body length ahead of Adam, and in third would be Marley Sutherland in lane number 7.
So through the first 100, both Harry and Adam under that minute mark. Marley sitting in third place. We've seen Marley swim really well in those 800 and 1500 metre events. So we know that he'll be able to maintain his speed through this 400.
We see Adam narrowly leading, and now as we're coming down to this turn, not much between the first two. As we said, Marley starting to come up on them, and he's broken away from everyone else. There is Adam leading. He had by 0.27, so being able to extend that after trailing at the previous turn.
So it is where we're sitting on this side of the pool is where the action is. Adam looking long, smooth and relaxed as he's heading towards that 200 metre mark. He's almost pulled out to a body length lead over both Harry and Marley, who's made a bit of a move in this second 100. So Adam does lead through at a 2:04, with Harry and Marley just sitting over a second behind.
Yeah, Oliver McCormack starting to make his move as well in lane number 3, but Adam has really kicked away in this lap, out by a body length, as Marley has come up to a Harry, so not much between second and third, and Oliver looking really strong in lane number 3, starting to come into that conversation for that second spot. We'll see Adam turn here in first. It is Oliver McCormack now in second, Harry Heath in third, and Marley Sutherland in fourth.
So it's just starting to tighten up here as we head into the last 150 metres of Heat 2 of our boys 17-18 400 freestyle. Adam has maintained his body length lead, but the battle behind him is getting very tight with Oliver McCormack, also who put together a fantastic 800 freestyle yesterday, moving comfortably into second place, with Harry Heath sitting in third, Marley in fourth, and Oscar Campbell, not to be discounted, in fifth.
Yeah, Marley still looking strong there, but McCormack has been trying to reduce this gap, but Adam's still able to make sure that he's still in front by that body length, as we see the other two now starting to come up there. Harry is starting to fight back, as is Marley Sutherland.
As we head into the final 50 of Heat 2, there's still 5 well and truly in it. Adam has had the lead for the last 300 metres and has continued to hold it by that body length. Oscar's finishing really strongly in the centre of the pool as he chases down both Oliver and Harry alongside him.
As we're seeing, not much now between them. Oliver coming up towards Adam as well, so it is going to come down to the touch on the wall. We've got Harry, Adam and Oliver. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's Oliver who does get it from Harry Heath. Adam finishes in third and Oscar Campbell in fourth. It was a winning time of 4:15.32 as the first three all go 4:15s.
So underway here for event 76, the girls 12 years 50 metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats. In the water is heat 1. And in the centre of the pool it is April Lynn. She's off to a really strong start. She's out to almost a body length lead through the 35 metre mark ahead of Mika and Taylor. So it will be April Lynn from Phoenix Aquatic who takes out this opening heat in a 35.33 ahead of Mika and Taylor in third.
Now in the water for the second of 6 heats in the 50 breaststroke for the girls, 12-year-olds. It's a good start there in lane number 6 from Zara Gilmore. Also coming up strongly was lane number 4, Angelina, and lane number 5, Audrey Marchant. It is Angelina Shang who is leading the way down the first 25 metres. Also coming in is Mia in lane number 9, but it is lane number 4, Angelina Shang, who is leading at this point of the race. Also Mia now finishing very strongly. It's going to come down to the touch, but it is Angelina Shang in lane number 1 touching in, lane number 4 touching in a 36.60. Mia in lane number 9, one of our visitors, in 37.06, and Catherine Wu in a 37.42 in third.
So Charlotte Ford in lane 3 leads through the first 20 metres here. Also swimming well is Sophie Lee and Jordan Camfield. So those 3 lead through the first 25. With 15 metres left to go, Sophie Lee has moved into the lead just ahead of Charlotte. So as they come underneath the flags, it will be between those two, and on the wall, touch goes to Sophie Lee, Charlotte in second, with Claire Zhang getting up for third place. We will see Jordan's time being reviewed by the Hawkeye cameras.
Now in the water for heat number 4 of 6 here in the 50 breaststroke for the 12-year-old girls. Up and stroking quickly there was lane number 5, Ella Robinson, who's had a good start here. Should be leading the way as we come down to the halfway mark of this lap. It's Robinson in lane number 5 who continues to lead this race. Not much between the rest of the pack for second. Lane number 7, Sasha Reedy, having a good swim here. Also coming strong is Keela Solomon in lane number 9 at the end of this lap, but it will be Ella Robinson who'll lead from start to finish in a 39.55. Keela Solomon in second in a 40.72, and third was Sasha Reedy in a 41.03.
So through the opening 25 metres of heat 5, is Shia Lee, who leads by about a half boat length over the rest of the field. Our Surrey Park athlete continues to lead at the 35-metre mark, but it's starting to tighten up with Jessie McDuff and Zoe Joffe coming right up alongside her as those three go underneath the flags together. And it's that strong second 25 from Zoe who gets her to the wall first, Jessie in second, and Saya in third.
In the water for this final heat of event 76, the 50-metre breaststroke for the 12-year-old girls. Up stroking strongly in lane number 7 was Erin Sun there. Also starting to come through in lane number 4 is Kathy Gu. As we see the two of them come down this first 25 metres there. Christina He in lane number 1, also having a good swim on that far side from us. And it's probably Christina leading the way as we come down to this last 15 metres. It's between those three across the pool that are going to come down to the wall. And it is going to be Christina He in lane number 1, who touches in a 40.70. Kathy Gu in a 41.22. And third was Olivia in lane number 1, who came home strongly.
Now moved on to event 77, the boys 12 years 50-metre breaststroke. There are 3 heats in the water as heat 1, and after a really strong start is Gabrielle in the centre of the pool. He's over 2 body lengths clear of the rest of the field through that 35-metre mark, and is continuing to extend his lead over Thomas Johnson alongside him, with Elric and Daniel battling for third. But it is all Gabrielle in that opening heat. Thomas in second, and Elric getting the touch for third.
Now in the water for the second of 3 heats for the boys 50-metre breaststroke. A couple of medal winners from last night in the pool in this one, and both of them have started strong in Billy Main and Tommy Zao, but it's Ethan Dennison in lane number 4 who's also up there, 4 and 5. So Ethan and Billy leading the way in this one. They've got a half a body length lead on the rest of the pack here. These two in the middle of the pool are going stroke for stroke. It's Ethan Dennison slightly ahead here of Billy Main, and that is how they will finish, with Ethan touching in a 35.38. Billy in a flat 36, and then third was Michael Tang in lane number 1 in a 37.42.
Zhang off to the fastest start through the first 15 metres, but now making their way through in lane 5 is Zane Matenjay, and Zane leads at that 25-metre mark. Zane continues to extend his lead in that second 25. Also swimming well now in lane 4 is Jack Lomax. So it will be Zane and Jack who come underneath the flags in first and second. But Zane will take this third and final heat out in a 35.84. Jack in second and William Zhang in third.
The 50 breaststroke continues, this time for the 13-year-old girls in this event here. Starting strongly was the middle of the pool, lane number 5, Kimberly Chen, who's had a good event already, up there and stroking strongly. Also Alexandra Henker in lane number 6. Now coming through Emily Carato, who had a good first finals night here, and it is Carato who has come away strongly in this back 25 metres. She will lead this race and touch here for the winner of this first heat. She will touch in a 34.50. Second was Kimberly Chen in a 36.19, and third was Alexandra Henker in a 36.23.
So through the first 15 metres, it is Anna Kang who leads in the centre of the pool. The tight battle behind her for second place. So Anna continues to lead through the 35-metre mark here in Heat 2. Madeline Anderson has now moved into second place alongside Summer. With 5 metres left to swim, it is all Anna Kang, and she takes this second heat out in a 35.47. Summer in second and Madeline in third.
Now in the water for this third of 8 heats here in the 50 breaststroke for the 13 girls. Up and stroking fast there is Ada Jenkins in lane number 4, so she's had a good start there. Now starting to come through is lane 5 and 6, along with lane 3 there. Annabella Kim has come home strongly here. It's now lane 3 and 4 as we come down to the back part of this race. Ada's trying to hold on here as the pack comes at her. Ada's still in front. She is going to touch first here, slightly ahead of Annabella Kim, and in third was Chelsea Zhang.
Really strong swimming from our 13-year-old girls so far in the 50 breaststroke, with more than 10 of our athletes under that 37-second mark across the first 3 heats, which is faster than their age national qualifying time of 37.67. So we have a lot of athletes who will be making their way up to the Gold Coast later in the year in our 13-year-old girls 50 breaststroke. Here in heat 4, very strong swim through the first 35 metres from Eve, and she's continued to lead and crack the 40-second barrier and take out heat number 4.
Now, heat number 5 of event 78 is in the water. Up and stroking strongly in lane number 7, there is Ava Hager. Also lane number 4 there, Eleanor McIntosh has had a good start there. Those two are in front as we come down to the halfway mark of this lap. So we've got lane 4 there. Eleanor McIntosh has started to come into her 4 here. Lane number 7 though, Ava Hager not going away. Also coming home strong is Annabelle Tan in lane number 8 here. Looking for a strong finish here. It's going to be lane 7 and 8 who are going to get the touch here. Ava Hager in a 39.78 just touches out Annabelle Tan in a 40 flat. And then third coming was Chloe Rawson in lane number 2.
Ruby and Ella in lane 6 and 7 lead through the first 15 metres here in heat 6. So Ella has a slight advantage over Ruby with 25 metres left to swim. Those two continue to hold a slight edge, with Chloe and Abigail in 8 and 9 also swimming strongly, and in the middle of the pool, Emily starting to make her way through. As they go underneath the flags and into touch, it will be Ruby ahead of Abigail, with Chloe in third.
Lane number 7 now in the water, the second last heat of this event. Starting strongly in lane number 5, there is Selby Ricketts. A strong start there, maintaining her lead, even extending it out by more than half a body length already in this first 25 metres here. Ricketts is continuing to build on this lead. She's coming strongly in this back half in that race for second. Marmy and Arena in lane number 1 and 2 have had good swims there, but it is all Selby in the middle of the pool. She's going to touch first here in a 38.90. In second was Arena in a 40.81, and third was Marmy in a 41.34.
Underway in our 8th and final heat of our girls 13 years 50 metre breaststroke. Leading through the first 25 is Iris Grace in lane 4, just ahead of Shenzi Zhang. And it is our swimmer from Geelong, Iris, who continues to extend her lead in the second 25. She's pulled out to almost 3/4 of body length lead as she heads underneath the flags and does take out our 8th and final heat in a 41.04. Shenzi in second and Shannon in third.
Now the boys turn in the 50-metre breaststroke for the 13-year-olds here. It's all across the middle of the pool, starting strongly there, 4, 5 and 6 here. Starting to come through is Lachlan Bull, who won the 200 last night. Also looking strong in lane number 5 is Tim Wee, but it is Bull who is leading. And then we've got lane number 2 over there. Jacob Jones, one of our visitors, has come home strongly in this 50 breaststroke. He is going to touch first in a 32.76. Lachlan Bull in second, a 33.23, and Tim Way in a 33.48.
Through the opening 25, Ethan Carr in lane 5 has moved into a slight lead over Peter Kim. Peter Kim has had a really strong middle part of this 50 breaststroke to take over the lead and leads with 15 metres left to swim ahead of Ethan. Alistair, who is also swimming really strongly in lane 6. But it is all Peter Kim. He takes this out in a 32.54. Alistair in second and Ethan in third.
Now in the water for the third of 4 heats in event 79 here. The swimmers are up and stroking, and it's the middle of the pool that has started the strongest there. Lane 5, Jacob Tucker, narrowly ahead of Noah Tucker in lane number 4. Also Jasper Warner in lane number 8, having a good swim here, but it is Noah that has taken the lead here. It's Noah and Jacob in the middle of the pool, with Hayden coming home strongly here. Touching the wall at first is going to be Noah Tucker in a 32.45. Jacob Tucker second in a 32.90, and Hayden Ling in third spot.
We head into our fourth and final heat. 34.10 is currently sitting in 10th position, with Callum Blow in lane 3 getting the best of the starts, just ahead of Charlie, with Owen sitting in third place. Now Owen's starting to make a little bit of a move, coming up alongside Callum with 15 metres left to swim. But it will be Callum who takes out the fourth and final heat in a 36.19. Owen in second and Charlie in third.
Now the 14-year-old girls turn in the pool for the 50-metre freestyle. Up strongly in this dash is Lucy Ma in lane number 5. Now starting to come through is Millie Lima in number 4. The visitor is leading as we come down the back 15 metres here. It's lane 4 and 5, Millie Lima and Lucy Ma, who will take it out. It is Millie who will touch in a 26.70. Lucy Ma second in a 27.07. And Audriana David touches in third.
Popping up right at the 15-metre mark is Sierra Kaufman, and she leads with Saoirse Hoffman. And it is now Saoirse who will take over the lead with 15 metres left to swim. Our visitor from Marion Swim Club in South Australia is just going to take heat 2 out at 26.98, ahead of Sierra and Tasha Linky in third.
Now in the water for this third heat, and we've got 3 visitors in the middle of the pool who will be expecting to set the pace, and it is Jade Lyles in lane number 5 who has come out strongly. Now coming up to her is Mackenzie Tobin in lane number 4. It is Tobin ahead there. Henrietta in lane number 3 also having a strong swim, but it is Mackenzie Tobin who will take this one out in lane 4 in a 27.15. In lane number 5 was Jade Lyles in second, and Henrietta finished third.
A nice even start here in heat 4 of our girls 14 years 50 freestyle. As we make our way through that 35-metre mark, it's Emily Finley who leads just ahead of Taylor Miller, as those two go underneath the flags in the lead and takes the touch with Taylor 28.86, Emily in second and Scarlett in third.
Just 3 swimmers in this 5th and final heat of the 14-year-old girls 50-metre freestyle. Not much between the 3 of them as they come down the first 25 metres. We come down towards the finish here. Emily Wong with a slight lead as we see Ayla now come up to her. Ayla and Emily are going at it. Emily slightly ahead here. It is going to come down to the touch, and it's Ayla who gets the touch there over Emily Wong with Lucy Craig in third.
In the water now is event 81, the boys 14 years 50-metre freestyle. We have 7 heats. Off to a really strong start in lane 4 is Han Tang Wang. We saw him put together a fantastic turn of freestyle last night where he challenged Mac Horton's state record. He's flying down the pool here as he comes into touch and takes the opening heat out in a 24.85. Lachlan Harris in second and Christopher Lee in third.
Now in the water for the second of 7 heats here in the boys' 14-year-old 50-metre freestyle. Looking strong there in lane number 4 is Daniel Collins. Up alongside him is Daniel Walters, but it is Collins leading the way here. Coming home strong is Aidan Ramios next to him here, but it is going to be Daniel Collins who does take this one out in a 25.49. Aidan finishes in second in a 25.86 and Daniel Walter in third.
Through the first 15 metres, Evan and Ishak are going head-to-head, and they've got a half-body length over the rest of the field. Sitting in third place at that 25-metre mark was Jack, but now moving through in lane 3 is Benjamin. But it is all Ishak and Ewan out in front, and it will be Ishak who takes down the 25.11. Benjamin holding on for third place.
Now in the water in heat 4 of 7 in event 81 here. Starting really strongly in lane number 7 is one of our visitors, Joshua Chin. He was up flying, now coming home strongly. Over in lane number 1 is Andrew Spencer. It is lane 7 and 1 who are leading the way here. Joshua Chin, though, is going to get the touch here. He's actually out-touched there by Andrew Spencer in lane number 1. He touched in a 26.61. Joshua Chin in a 26.67. And Diane Katape in third.
Staying under the water's longest in lane 4 is Samuel, and he does lead at that 15-metre mark. Just across the pool from the rest of the swimmers. Also swimming well in lane 9 is Troy Oswald. So Troy and Samuel lead with 15 metres left to swim, and coming strongly in lane 7 is Thomas. On the wall, it will be Samuel who gets the touch ahead of Troy and Thomas in third.
Now up and swimming in heat 6 of 7 in event 81, and It's this side of the pool that has started strongly. Coming through now in lane number 6 is Jaden Thatch. Also looking good now in lane number 3, Alexander Jin here. It is Jaden who is leading the way as we come underneath the flags here. It'll be lane number 6 there. Jaden Thatch leading that in a 26.91. Calvin Zhang was second, and third spot there was Alexander Jin in lane number 3.
In the water is our 7th and final heat of our boys 14 years 50-metre freestyle. Alfie London leads through the first 25. With 15 metres to go, he still holds a slight advantage. Jamie Dong has moved into second place, and also swimming well is Benjamin Collins. Those three hit the wall together, and it does go the touch to Alfie London.
We now turn our attention to the 200-metre breaststroke for the girls, 15-year-olds, with swimmers in the water, and it's lane number 4 there. Emily Daunt, who has started well here. Visitors already got half a body length lead on the rest of the race. Lily Chan in lane number 8 also having a good start, as is Isabel Neeson in lane number 7. But it is all Emily Daunt early on. Her qualifying time here, 13 seconds quicker than anyone else, so no surprise to see her in front early on.
Yeah, really strong opening 50 there from Emily, with Isabel sitting in second and Leona in third.
We've seen Emily Daunt extend her lead here down the second of 50. She's got a couple of body length lead on the rest of them. Not much between second and third and fourth. Isabel Neeson, Lily Chang, and coming through is Leona in lane number 5, starting to get ahead of those other two in the race for second.
So through the opening 100 in a 1:15, really strong opening 100 there from Emily. She leads ahead of Leona. Isabel holding on to third place, just ahead of Lily Chan. Lily did a really strong turn there, has popped up in third. After that turn, ahead of Isabel and Amelia.
Yeah, that battle for third's really on at the moment, with Emily Daunt still well in front, leading this one. Leona in second and has a bit of a gap here, but Lily Chan now coming up at her, so she is in second. Amelia Greaves also coming through as well.
So with 50 metres left to swim, it is all Emily Daunt out in front. Comfortably in second is Leona. And Lily Chan sitting in third place ahead of Amelia Greaves.
See Emily coming down almost for the last 25 metres. She's had control of this race from the first whistle here. She'll be able to relax a little bit here, knowing that she is going to have a fast qualifying time here. As she's coming into the wall, her conceded time was a 2:34.79. She's not going to miss that by much, so a solid heat swim by her. She will touch in a 2:38.37. The battle for second starting to come. Leona will hold on here. She will touch in a 2:47 flat. Third spot was Lily Chan in lane number 8.
now underway in Heat 2 of our girls' 15 years 200 metre breaststroke. With Ava Thickens in lane 2, leading through the opening 25.
Been a good start from her. Also coming through, Ayan in lane number 4. Our Japanese visitor has now started to come into this race. She will touch in first. I was going to say touching first, slightly touched out there by Ava Thickens by 0.06, so not much between 1 and 2.
But Ayan does get the better of the turns, now move comfortably into the lead down this second 50. Ava's remaining in a second place, a body length lead of Eve Lawrence.
Ava Thickens just sticking with Ayan, not letting her get too far ahead here in the back part of this second 50. Eve Lawrence now starting to make her move. She's not far away from Ava Thickens as we come underneath the flags for this 100 metres. Ayan touches in a 1:19.08, 2 seconds ahead of Ava Thickens, and then about 0.8 back to Eve Lawrence.
Ayan continues to lead. But that battle for second place is getting nice and tight in this third 50. Ava is holding off Eve, but Eve's making some ground on every stroke and looking towards the third and final turn.
Ayan will turn now with a substantial lead in this one. The battle for second is where it's at the moment. Ava Thickens still in second. Eve Lawrence third. Coming up also is Catherine Andres as we come up to the turn here. So Ayan will touch in this one. Her entry time of a 2:39, slightly slower than what was swum in that first heat by Emily Daunt. That battle for second is still Ava Thickens in that position.
Yeah, really strong swim here by Ayan. She's comfortably going to take out heat 2, and it's a nice strong time. She'll progress through to the final tonight. That battle for second place has continued to tighten up, but Ava Thickens will just hold on, and Eve Lawrence in third.
Now in the water for the third and final heat of the 200 metre breaststroke for the 15-year-old girls. It's in the middle of the pool here who have started strong there. Enters and Vera Zhang have been able to get away to a little bit of a lead here. It is Kelia who is leading the way.
And she's continuing to extend her lead down this opening 50. Gets out strongly under 37 seconds in that opening 50, with Mia sitting in second and Vera in third.
Out by more than a body length now is Kelia with a really strong turn and being able to take that momentum into this second 50. That battle for second is, there's not much between Mia and Vera in lane 3 and 5. Also starting to come through is Macy in lane number 6, but it is all the middle lane there with Kelia Enters leading the way in this race here. She's coming under the flags to touch for the halfway mark. She will touch in a 1:17.78 there. In second is Mia Mitchell. Third is Vera Zhang as we come down to the second half of this race here. enters with a commanding lead here, able to continue to extend that as we come down this third 50. The battle for second is still on between Vera and Mia. Not much between them as we are in the back part of this third 50. Also starting to come through is Lara Sibley in lane number 2, but it is all Kilia enters as we come down towards the wall here. She'll touch in a 1:59.56 here as she's now looks to finish this race on a high. In second is Vera Singh, just ahead of Mia Mitchell. Then in fourth spot is Lara Sibley, who has come up here. Looks like Vera has been able to get a little bit of a lead over Mia in that battle for second as we come down to the final 25 metres for our leader. It has been a dominant display here from Enters, who will take out this third and final heat. Came in with an entry time of 2:42. She will get under that and will touch in a 2:41.31. That battle for second will be won by Vera Zheng, who will come to the wall now and touch in a 2:51.07. Third was Mia Mitchell and fourth Lara Sibley. Now the boys a turn for the 200-metre breaststroke in the 15-year-olds. They're up and stroking in the pool with lane number 5, Harold Zhu, who we've already seen, and Rick Azao, one of our visitors, in lane number 6, leading the way.
So just the 2 heats here in the boys 15 years. 200-metre breaststroke. And it is Harold who leads through this opening 50, Byron in second, and Rick sitting in third place. Those three have established a 2-body length lead over the rest of the field, with Kaylin Theodore sitting in fourth place.
Interesting, Gabrielle sitting so far back, our number 1 seed, whose time was 20 seconds faster than anyone else, not in the conversation at this point, as it is the battle between lanes 4 and 5, with Harold and Rick coming down to touch at the halfway mark. It will be Harold who touches first. Coming through in second is Byron Zheng, and then third is Rick Zao.
As we move into this third 50, Harold continues to lead and is slowly extending that lead over both Byron and Rick. It's out to almost a full body length as he makes his way towards that third and final turn.
Yeah, that battle for second and now really on here between Byron and Rick, but it was we come into the wall and now our first swimmers have touched, and it's still Harold leading there from Byron. Rick in third. Kaylin Theodore has now come up into a fourth spot here as the swimmers come down the back half of this final lap. Byron starting to come through to look to chase Harold here. Still Harold narrowly leading, but we do have Byron there on his heels.
So as we move into the final 15 metres of our opening heat of our boys 15 years, 200-metre breaststroke, it will be Harold who takes the heat out just ahead of Byron, both going sub 2:30 with Rick in third. So we're underway here in heat 2 of our boys 15 years 200-metre breaststroke.
As we see them come down towards the flags for that first lap here. Some strong swims in the middle of the pool in lanes 6 and 7, looking good here. Touching first will be James Clare in lane 6. Second is Xavier Eagle in lane 5. And then Max Shee in lane number 2's had a good first 50.
Yeah, it was a strong opening 50 there from James. And now Xavier Eagles pull right up alongside him through that 75-metre mark. And as expected in lane 4, Leon is starting to move through. We know Leon's a really strong 200-metre breaststroke. Doesn't perhaps have as much front-end speed as some of the other boys, but he's coming up alongside Xavier, and those two are going to turn first and second through the 100-metre mark. Both turning through in that 111. Xavier has that strong turn to maintain his slight advantage over Leon as they head into that third 50.
Yeah, still having that lead as we come down halfway through this lap. As we're seeing swimmers around them, James Clare starting to make his move as well. They're in lane number 6. It's still leading the way is Xavier Eagle. Leon sticking with him, but not much between those two.
So Leon turns first, Xavier in second place. As those two start to distance themselves from the rest of the field in this fourth and final 50 here in heat 2 of the boys 15 years 200-metre breaststroke.
Going stroke for stroke here in the last 15 metres between the two of them. Looks like Xavier slightly ahead here as we're coming towards the wall. It's going to come down to the touch here, and getting that touch was Xavier Eagle in a 2:25.95, touching out Leon Vidal in a 2:25.97, and then Wisen in third.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 84, the girls 16 years 200-metre freestyle. We have 4 heats of this event.
Starting strongly out in lane 8 and 7, Eloise Ravensdale and Jessica Richardson. Jessica, one of our visitors in this race. Also starting to come into the race now is lane number 4, Ariella Tomlinson. It touches first. Second was Sienna Sanatolan.
So Arabella's the only one under 30 on that opening 50. And she's continuing to hold that lead with Sienna through this 75-metre mark. With Lucy Dahl just sitting right up alongside their shoulder. Those three are half body length clear of the rest of the field as they make their way through the 100-metre turn, all three together. With Sienna getting her feet on the wall and popping up in the lead, just ahead of Lucy and Arabella.
Yeah, Sienna still leading early in this third lap here. Also coming up is Jessica Richardson to that leading pack there. Not much between the 4 of them now. Looks like Sienna and Lucy still in front here as we come down towards the wall for that final turn.
So with 50 metres left to go, Lucy Dahl has taken over the lead. Arabella sitting in second place.
Emerson Hogan coming into that one, touched in third, so she had a really good third 50 there in lane number three. The three in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Not much between them as we come down for this last 25 metres.
So those three are neck and neck as they come underneath the flags here in Heat 1. And down to touch, it will be Emerson Hoggard who gets the touch. Lucy Doyle in second and Arabella in third.
Just be there, there's one.
So underway here in Heat 2 of our girls 16 years 200 metre freestyle, and a nice strong start in lane 6 from Celeste Chan. She led through the first 15 metres.
Also having a good first 50 is Zali in lane number 4. As they touch at the wall here, it is Zali leading the way from Celeste Chen. In third is Madison Brand.
So Zali leads at the 75 metre mark. Now starting to come through is Madison Brand. We know Madison's really strong at those longer distances all the way through to the open water events. So she's come up alongside her Nuttawading teammate as they work towards that 100 metre turn. But it will be Zali Schneiders who leads through at the 100 in a 1:01.79. Madison in second and Celeste in third.
The three of them all going under 33 for that lap as we see Zali extends that lead a little bit. Madison and Celeste going stroke for stroke in second and third as they both look to close that gap on Zali as we come down to the turn here for the final lap.
Madison's using her distance strengths to start to make some inroads on Zali down this third 50. She's moved into a clear second place behind Zali, with Celeste maintaining third place just ahead of Leah Yang in lane 2.
Zali had a good turn there to maintain her lead. She still has half a body length lead over Madison, who won't let her get away here. As we see now, Zali starting to open up a bit more of a gap. Over there in lane number 2 is Leah Yang, who has come up into third, but now in a battle with Celeste. As we see Zali Schneiders touching a 2:08.54. Second was Madison Brand in a 2:09.28, and Leah Yang finished in third.
So we're underway, and Macy Sheridan in lane 4 leads through that first 15 metres ahead of Ava Candy. So it will be our visitor from the Northern Territory who leads in this opening 50, with Ava Candy sitting in second place and Jasmine Hume in third. Maisie Sheridan has continued to extend her lead in this second 50 of Heat 3 of the girls' 16 years 200 metre freestyle here at the 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships.
Got a nice battle there for second between Ava Candy and Jasmine Hume, as we see Macy Sheridan touch first there. Hume does touch second, slightly ahead of Candy there. It was Hume who got the better of the turn in that battle for second, but it's all Macy Sheridan.
So with 75 metres left to go, Macy's continuing to extend her lead as Jasmine and Ava go stroke for stroke down this third 50. We see some strong swimming in that previous two heats, so posting a time here and finishing well and truly in the top three will be important to progress to the final tonight.
As we see Sheridan there turn for that final lap, leading by nearly 4 seconds over Ava Candy, who was able to overtake Jasmine Hume in that lap here. As we see Sheridan nice and paced here, will come down for this last 25 metres. The battle for second is still on there between Candy and Hume, but we are going to see Sheridan come underneath the flags and now, and she is going to touch in a 2:07.57. Coming in for second spot here is Ava Candy in a 2:12.78, and Jasmine Hume finishes third in a 2:13.52. In the water for this fourth and final heat of the 200 metre freestyle for the 16-year-old girls. And it's Elizabeth Mack who has had the good start there in lane number 3, able to open up an early lead in this first lap.
So Elizabeth Mack leads through that first 50 under 30 seconds in a 29.59. Gemma Sullivan sitting in second and Cleo Sands in third.
Yeah, being able to extend that lead is Elizabeth Mack there. Coming up on her other side there, Cleo Sands having a good swim in lane number 2 as we see Gemma Sutherland start to come through, but it is still Elizabeth Mack with the lead out there, which she gained early in this race. She will turn in first spot in a time of 1:03.30. In second spot, it will be Gemma Sutherland, and then third, Cleo Sands.
So really strong first 100 from Elizabeth Max, giving herself a chance to push for a spot in tonight's final. We saw those first 3 heats post some strong times, and that round that 2:13.5 is where what's currently sitting in 10th place as we work our way down towards our final turn here in Heat 4.
Yeah, Mac still ahead there, but the challenges are coming. She will look to turn here in front in a 1:39.83. In a second spot was still Sands with the margin nearly 4 seconds there. So it's been a good swim so far from Mac. But we do have Sutherland, Sands coming through, as is Stella Patton in lane number 5.
So with 15 metres left to swim, it is tightening up out in front, but Elizabeth Mack had that advantage from the start and is going to take out our fourth and final heat of 16 years 200 metre freestyle. She comes into touch at 2:16.44. So we're now in the water is event 85, the boys 16 years 200 metre freestyle. We have 5 heats. A strong start in the centre of the pool from Liam Brown and Luca Brown, and those two are going to lead through this opening 50. So it will be Liam Brown who leads over Luca, with Thomas Sparks sitting in third. So our visitor from the Northern Territory continues to lead. Just ahead of Luca Brown from Melbourne Swimming Club as they turn through the 100. Good opening 100 from both our leaders. Have set themselves up for a strong time here in Heat 1 of our boys 16 years 200 freestyle. So Liam Brown continues to lead. Ahead of Luca Brown as we head to that final turn. Once again, a strong third 50 there from Liam. 30.1 as he's extended his lead over Luca Brown in second place. The battle for third behind is nice and tight between Noah Chappell, Thomas Spark and Cody Charlson. So with 15 metres left to go, it is all Liam Brown out in front. The battle for second is getting very tight in the last 15 metres, but Liam Brown takes this heat out in the 1:54.71. Luca Brown holds on for second, just ahead of Noah Chappell. Underway here in Heat 2. There's Steve Hansen in the middle of the pool. A visitor from Tasmania who leads in this opening 50 metres. So Steve and Gianluca putting together a good, strong opening 100 here in Heat 2 of the boys 16 years 200 metre freestyle. As they approach that 100 metre turn, Steve has retaken the lead over Gianluca. They both turn in 57s, and sitting in third place is Jake Potter. This third 50 is going to be all important. It's very tight behind in that battle for third place. In an effort to make the final tonight.
As they come down to the wall for this final turn there, it's Steve Hansen leading the way. Gianluca in second spot there. Third is Bart in lane number 8. But it is our visitor, Steve Hansen, in lane number 4, who is kicking away on this last lap of this 200 metres in the second of 5 heats here. The battle for second is on with, we've got lane number 6, Gianluca, having a good swim. Also coming home strong is Bart in lane number 8, but it is going to be Steve Hansen who takes this out in a 1:57.01. In second spot was Gianluca in a 2:02.20, and third was Bart in a 2:02.29.
We're underway here in heat 3 of our boys 16 years 200 freestyle. Eli Billman in the centre of the pool leads through that opening 25. Matthew Moran also going with him in lane 3. We're excited to be joined by Cass from Mattioli, who's going to talk to a little bit about the fantastic work they do with pools right around Victoria and being their major sponsor of Swimming Victoria. Welcome in, Cass.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
That's good.
So it's great to have you guys in venue during our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Hopefully there's people coming to visit you upstairs.
There is, yes.
And can you sort of explain the work that you help do for all the swimming pools across Victoria?
Yep, so we do a lot of work with the corrosion control, some of the plant rooms out there, making sure like the bottom, the tees of the pool and the tiling and all of that. So yeah, we get some of our boys out there. We've had a couple actually gone to Italy, so we now do the installation of the Merthyr pools. Had a couple of them go over there, learn from the best. Now we're sort of implementing all of that in Australia, so we're all around, which is really cool.
It's incredibly important, obviously, for the sport of swimming that we've got such a great partner to help support us as we come down to touch at the end of this 200, and it will be Matthew Moran who gets the touch ahead of Eli Billman and Cody in 3rd place there in heat number 3. We have now moved on to heat 4 of our boys 200-metre freestyle for our 16-year-olds. And we're incredibly lucky to have that support of Mattioli, being Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and Equality Facilities manager partner. So if you've got any needs for your pool, make sure you contact them or even head upstairs if you're in the venue to have a little bit of a chat with them.
Yeah, as we've seen Zayden Burton come off to a flyer in the fourth of 5 heats here in the 200 metres freestyle for the 16 boys. He touched first, but now coming across in lane number 0, Gordon Chen has had a good second 50 here to put some pressure on.
So it is Zayden in the centre of the pool. He does have a little bit of space alongside him in this 4th heat, and he leads through the 100 under that minute mark. Liam Holdings down 2nd place, with Thomas and Gordon having a nice battle over in lane 1 and 0 for 3rd.
Yeah, Liam started this 3rd lap very strongly and now putting the pressure on Zayden in the middle of the pool there. So it's lane 4 and 8 leading the way in this 3rd 50 of this 4th heat.
So with 55 metres left to go, Zayden continues to lead through that final turn. That margin has reduced slightly in that last portion of that 3rd 50, with Liam starting to take a move, and also swimming well is Javier in lane 3.
Yeah, Javier had a very good 3rd 50 to come up into this conversation here, but Zayden's been able to find another gear here in this last 25 metres to extend his lead out back again here, and he will take out this 4th heat in a time of 2:05.04. Javier will touch in a 2:05.67, and Liam will finish 3rd in a 2:08.01.
We are underway in our fifth and final heat of boys 16 years 200 metre freestyle. And we have Will Stanley in lane 3 and Angus Adlam in lane 5.
Yeah, just the two swimmers here with Angus taking it up to Will, one of our visitors early on. It will be Will Stanley who touches first in a 28.88. Angus Adlam in a 29.04 for that first 50.
So we've seen a number of these heats of our 16-year-olds in the 200 freestyle, and it's great to see so many of our 16-year-olds having a crack at 200 freestyle. And these two boys are going neck and neck down this second 50 as they look towards each other and they approach the 100-metre turn. Angus has pulled up alongside Will, and they will turn through together in a 101.2.
Just 0.03 between the two of them there. Angus was better off the turn now and has taken the lead as we're now down this third 50. He's starting to motor away, leaving Will behind him here. It's been a really good middle 100 so far for Angus.
So as we head towards the final turn, it's still very tight between our two athletes in this heat. They go into that turn together, with Angus extending his lead ever so slightly by less than 0.2 of a second as we head down this final 50 metres.
And nothing between these two here in this final heat of event 85 here. Looks like Will has fought back after Angus had a good middle 100 here, and it is Will who is now in front by half a body length here. It's been a good first 25 of this final lap for Will. Angus is coming hard at him, but will touch first in a 2:07.79 and Angus in a 2:08.17.
We've now moved along to event 86, the girls 17-18 100-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats behind them. In the water now is heat 1. So through the opening 25 metres, it is Isabel in the centre of the pool who leads and turns first in a 30.93. with Claire Matheson sitting in second place and Olivia Bailey in third. So Isabel continues to extend her lead down this second 50. Claire's maintaining a hold of second place, and now moving into third alongside Olivia is Gemma. And those two have got going together with 15 metres left to swim, but it is all Isabel out in front in a 1:03.77 who takes out the first heat, with Claire in second and Gemma getting the touch for third.
in the water for this second heat of the females 17 and 18 100 metre backstroke. Starting strong in lane number 7 was Zoe Schneider, who we have already seen this morning. Also having a good swim early on is Judy Hassan Amain in lane number 3 and Macy Pronk in lane number 4.
It will be our visitor from South Australia in lane 4, Macy, who leads through this opening 50 in a 31.93 ahead of Emily Tulloch, and in third, Judy Hussein Amar.
As we see now, Macy Pronk coming down here with that lead in this second 50 here. She's had a strong turn and then a strong swim into this last 25 metres here. The battle for second, seeing Emily Tulloch now come up into that position ahead of Judy Hassan Amain. But it is going to be Maisie Pronk who will take out this second heat. She's going to take it out in a time of 1:04.81. Emily Tulloch comes second in a 1:07.18, and third was Judy Hassan Aman.
Underway here in heat 3 of our girls 17, 18, 100 metre backstroke, and popping up in the lead right on that 15 metre mark is Grace Morgan in lane 4, another one of our visitors from South Australia.
As we're seeing, Amelia Kennedy also have a good start there in lane number 6. It is in the middle of the pool, who is leading the way as we come down towards this first turn. It will be Amelia Kennedy who touches first, Grace Morton in second, and Alinta Dingwall in third.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Amelia Kennedy is holding on to that lead that she established in the middle part portion of this race. She's got a half body length lead over Alinta and Grace, the South Australian visitors. So Amelia Kennedy continues to lead into the final 5 metres of this third heat of our girls 17, 18, 100 metre backstroke, and takes it down to 1:07.47 ahead of Alinta and Grace in third.
Up and stroking now in this fourth heat with just 3 swimmers in the fifth, with the fourth and final heat here. Grace Richards had a great start and has already got a body length lead over Charlotte Anderson and Hannah Wilkinson.
A really strong start in that opening 25 from Grace, and she's continued to keep the pressure on in this second 25 and leads through at the 50 in a swift 33.37 ahead of Charlotte and Hannah in third.
Yeah, leading by 2.5 seconds at that turn is the Surrey Park swimmer. Still has this lead as we're coming down the back 50.
So Grace had an entry time and personal best of a 1:14.17. She's on track to swim well and truly under that as she goes past the false start rope with 15 metres left to swim here in our fourth and final heat. Hannah's moved into second place ahead of Charlotte, but it is all Grace Richards in the last heat in a 1:11.10 ahead of Hannah and Charlotte in third.
Move down the line.
in the water now is heat 1 of event 87, the boys 17-18 100-metre backstroke. We have 3 heats, and leading through the first 25 is our defending champion, Campbell Wilson-Moran.
Yeah, good to see him in the pool. He did withdraw from an earlier event this morning. Obviously had won a gold last night on night 1 of the finals, and he touches in a 26.93. Jack Layton in second there, and then third is Jack Ridley.
Yeah, really strong opening 50 there from Campbell. Setting himself up for a really strong second 50 here. If he continues to keep the pressure on, he's going to be well and truly under the minute. It'll be a question if he can get sort of down into that 56-second range here for the morning's heat swim as he comes underneath the flags and touches in a 55.95. Great heat swim there from Campbell, with Jack in second and Jake in third.
Take your mark.
Up and stroking in this second of 3 heats here, and it's one of our visitors, Logan Rook, in the middle, who has had a really good start there. Probably half a body length lead over the rest there. Darcy Connell in lane number 3, Oscar Campbell in lane number 5, also with some good starts.
It is our South Australian visitor from Norwood, Logan, who will lead through this opening 50 in a 27.75. Owen Kruger sitting in second and Darcy Connell in third.
As we see Logan still with that lead as we're coming down for the back 25 metres. That battle for second is well and truly on there. Darcy Connell is still looking strong, as is Owen Kruger in lane 0, but it is going to be our visitor in Logan who takes this out in a 56.82. Touching in second there will be Darcy Connell in a 1:76, and third was Owen Kruger in a 1:01.87.
Take your mark.
And we're underway in our third and final heat of our boys 17-18 100-metre backstroke. And Blake Hughes in the centre of the pool pops up in the lead, just ahead of Xavier on alongside him.
Yeah, been a good start so far there as we look to come down underneath the flags for this turn, for this third and final heat here. Turning in first there is Blake Hughes, second is Tom Urquhart, and third is Kion Power.
So as they emerge from the underwaters and head towards that 75-metre mark, it is Blake Hughes from Propulsion who's pulled out a half body length lead. Kion Power, swimming out of lane 2, is starting to finish really strongly and is pulled up alongside Tom Urquhart, and they're battling for second place in this heat, but it is all Blake Hughes who touches in a 1:00.31. Tom in second, Kion in third.
Thank you, Mark.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 90, the girls 12 years 200-metre freestyle. We have 3 heats at this event.
Yeah, starting strongly there in lane number 5 is Mackenzie Wilson. She's up and stroking it well, probably leading this early part of the race.
So as we make our way down to the 50-metre turns, it is Mackenzie who leads ahead of Victoria Dang and Cadence sitting in 3rd place. So the Melbourne Swimming Club teammates sitting 1, 2, 3 through that opening 50.
They would have spent a lot of time training together, so they'd know each other's race plans well. And it's still Mackenzie with a slight lead over Victoria Dang. Then that battle for 3rd, we've got Cadence and Claire Danny also coming into the conversation.
So through the halfway mark, it is Victoria who leads just ahead of Mackenzie. Cadence sitting in 3rd alongside Claire Danny in 4th.
Mackenzie able to extend her lead in that 50, so she started to get a bit of a gap out there. The battle there between Victoria Dang's taking a lead there. Mackenzie and Cadence are going stroke for stroke next to each other there. And also got Claire Danny still trying to push in for a top 3 spot here.
So with 50 metres to go, Victoria Dang has cleared out ahead of Claire and Mackenzie, who's sitting in 2nd and 3rd, just ahead of Cadence in 4th.
Seen Claire Danny coming home strong here, trying to take it up to Victoria Dang. Claire breathing on the side that we have got Victoria there, so seeing where she is at. She's coming home as strongly, but at the moment it's still Victoria in the front here ahead of Claire Danny. Victoria Dang is going to take this one out. Claire Danny is going to finish 2nd, so it was a 2018 flat for Victoria Dang. Claire Danny in a 2:18.97, and then 3rd was Mackenzie Wilson.
Thank you, Mark.
Underway in heat 2. And a nice even start across the pool. So through the first 25, now Mariella Simmons is starting to establish her lead. We saw her put together a really good 400 freestyle to take out the state title last night. And she is going to lead through this opening 50 here in heat 2 of the girls 12 years 200 freestyle. Ahead of Isabel Thornborough, the runner-up in that 400 last night, and Angela Shang in 3rd.
One of the birthday girls this week is Isabel Thornborough, so a big week for her. But it is Miriella Simmons who is still leading the way. Coming up is Angelina Shang in lane number 3. Had a really good first 25 metres of this 2nd lap here. And Thornborough starting to come through as well.
So as we head to that 100-metre turn, it is still Mariella who leads. Angela Shang now into 2nd place. Isabel Thornborough in 3rd. A strong turn there from Isabel. She's popped up back ahead of Angelina and is looking to try and chase down Mariella in this 3rd 50.
Yeah, coming for it early in this 3rd lap here. Not much between the two of them now in 1st and 2nd here. They went head-to-head last night, going head-to-head this morning as well. I think Miriella still in front here as she is coming into the wall to turn for this final lap. She will turn first in a 1:42.95. Angelina Shang came back into that one and is 2nd. Now Isabel Thornborough 3rd.
So with 35 metres left to swim, Mariella has continued to maintain her lead. That margin to Angelina Shang is about 3/4 of a body length and has been for the remainder of this second 100. with Isabel Thornborough holding on to third place as they've got 15 metres left to swim here in Heat 2. It will be Mariella who is going to take out the second heat and a nice swift time of 2:18.55. Angelina in second and Isabel in third. We are underway in our third heat of girls 12 years 200 metre freestyle. And Taylor Holt in lane 5 is the early leader through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well is Ella Robinson in 3. So those two lead at the 25 metre mark here in our third and final heat of girls 12 years 200 metre freestyle.
Yeah, Ella Robinson, who we've seen this morning already, will touch first here at the 50 there. In second is Mia Clements. In third, Zai Lee comes through.
So Ella Robinson has extended her lead out to a half body length over Mia, with Taylor moving into third place down this second 50. We've seen a number of swimmers in those first couple of heats swimming those 2:18s. So that's where those leaders will want to be to give themselves a good lane for the final tonight as they turn through the 100. Ella leading from Mia, with Taylor sitting in third place.
Yeah, a good second 50 there from Mia, from Ella, able to extend that lead out there. There's now that battle between Mia and Taylor for that second spot, but it's still Ella Robinson leading the way here as we're coming down the turn for this final lap.
So with 60 metres left to go, Ella from Caulfield continues to lead and makes that last turn in front of Mia, closely followed by Taylor in third place. Those three are all within a body length of each other as they're attacking this final 50.
Robinson still leading by more than half a body length and probably extending that lead now as we come down into the last 25. That battle for second is really on between Mia and Taylor. Mia slightly ahead, but Taylor now coming home strongly here. So also coming up to Robinson here. It's going to come down to the touch, and touching first, it's going to be Robinson, who holds on in a 2:21.58. It's actually a tie with Taylor Holt also finishing 2:21.58. Mia Clements in third.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 91, the boys 12 years 200 metre freestyle. We have 4 heats of this event.
Starting strong was the middle of the pool there. Hong Han in lane number 4, having a good start there, along with Ian in lane number 5 and Daniel Hyatt in lane number 3. But it is going to be Hong Han who touches first there at the 50.
So he does lead through from Ian, and sitting in third place is Zane Matenjay. A really strong second 50 here from Hong Han, who's extended out to a 2-body length lead, with Ian moving into second place and Daniel and Zane battling for third.
Hong Han will come underneath the flags here to turn for the second half of this race. Will turn in a 1:05.07. Leads by 2 seconds there over Ian Cho. Daniel Hyatt in third as we see Hong Hong Han, the only swimmer in this heat with a time under 2:20 coming in, so expected to be the quickest.
Yes, the Yarra Plenty swimmer is putting on a good performance here in the opening heat of our boys 12 years 200 metre freestyle and continuing to extend his lead down this third 50. There's a great battle developing behind him as we head towards this last turn. Hong Hang leads through, and in second place now is Ian Chu ahead of Zane Matenjay. So the battle for those minor places is really important for those swimmers who are trying to grab a lane for the final tonight. But out in front, it is all Hong Hang. He's led from the start, and he just continued to extend his lead throughout this turn of freestyle. He's looked in control of this heat, and as he comes down into the final 10 metres to take out this opening heat of our boys 12 years turn of freestyle in a 2:15.93. Ian finishing in second place, with Zane getting the touch for third.
Take your mark.
Underway here in heat 2 of our 12-year-old boys 200 freestyle, and Billy Mayne in the centre of the pool leads through the opening 25. Also swimming strongly is Lawrence down in lane 9.
Yeah, Billy Mayne, as we said, has had a good competition so far and been able to kick away in this one. At the moment, turns in a 29.63 already with a second lead over Thomas Grasso. The two of them had a good fight last night in one of the finals, both medaling there, and they're back in the pool against each other here.
Yeah, so we saw a number of these athletes in the 400 freestyle yesterday, so half the distance, double the speed. And it's a nice aggressive opening 100 from both Billy and Thomas as they're pulling clear of Logan Gibson sitting in third place.
Billy will turn first there in a 1:03.35. Thomas Grasso in a 1:04.61. Logan Gibson in third, with Luca also having a good swim on that lap. But it's Billy Mayne still in front there, a body length lead over Thomas Grasso, and both of them have swum away from the rest of the pack. That battle for third between Logan Gisborne and Luca is on.
So with 55 metres left to swim, Billy's holding a body length and a half lead over Thomas Grasso, and they turn through first and second into this last 50. That nice tight battle for third between Logan and Luca continues, with Caleb sitting just behind them in fifth place.
Yeah, Thomas Grasso starting to make his move here on Billy Mayne as we come down to the last 25 metres here. Billy's still slightly ahead here, but Thomas is coming home hard. Thomas has taken the lead as we go underneath the flags here, and it's been a strong end to this race for Thomas Grasso, who touches in a 2:11.10. Billy Mayne in a 2:11.55 there. In third spot was Luca, and then fourth was Logan Gibson.
Take your mark.
We're underway here in heat 3 of the boys 12 years 200 metre freestyle. In the centre of the pool, Yi Yang and Harvey Nguyen are our early leaders as they start to establish a body length lead over the rest of the field, which are tightly bunched.
A good start from both of those two swimmers. It is Yi Yang who will take a lead into this first of 50 of about half a second over Harvey. In third spot is Ethan Dennison over in lane number 2. Well, also a good start by Lucas Yu in lane number 1, but it is all Yi Yang in the middle of the pool now, who has more than a body length lead there over Harvey Nguyen.
So as we work towards our 100-metre turn, Yi Yang continues to extend his lead. So he turns through this 100 in a 1:03.95, with Ethan Dennison now moving into second place ahead of Harvey, as those two are swimming neck and neck down this third 50, with Lucas Yu in lane 1 close behind.
Yeah, Yi Yang in control of this one. Harvey Nguyen has responded to Ethan Dennison coming at him in that second 50 to be slightly ahead of him in that race for a second. Yi Yang is about to come down to turn for that final lap. Will turn in a 1:39.67 there. That second spot is still Ethan Dennison, just ahead of Harvey Nguyen.
So with 25 metres left to swim here in heat 3 of the boys 12 years 200-metre freestyle, Yi Yang has continued to extend his lead, and he's going to swim a really big personal best time. He had an entry time of that 2:19.68. He's going to be well and truly under that as he comes underneath the flags to touch in a time of 2:14.26, knocking off 5 seconds from his entry time. The tight battle behind goes to Ethan ahead of Harvey for second and third.
Underway in this fourth and final heat here for the 200-metre freestyle for the 12-year-old girls. We've got just 3 swimmers in this one. Sorry, the 12-year-old boys, just 3 swimmers in this one. Samuel Russell with a slight little lead early on, with not much between the 3 of them.
Just attention all swimmers and coaches. Event 92, the girls 13 years 200-metre butterfly, has a potential to be swum as a straight final.
As we see them turn there, we are in front from Samuel. Nicholas not far behind either. So we're coming down towards the first half of this race being done, and it is lane number 3 leading the way in this close one.
So all 3 swimmers putting together a strong first 100 here in heat 4. As they turn through that 100-metre mark within 0.4 of a second of each other, and are right on track for some good personal best times if they can put together a strong third and fourth 50 here.
Yeah, not much between them. Nicholas Wang probably slightly ahead here in this third 50. Was second at that last touch, but now starting to kick away with a half a body length lead over Samuel, who has now come into a second spot here. So it's going to be Nicholas Wang who will turn first at the wall for this final turn. He will turn in a 1:49.91. Samuel Russell in a 1:51.05 in second.
Yeah, really strong third 50 there from Nicholas Wang. Has given him a clear lead into this final 50, and he's continued to really work those legs and extend that lead down this final lap. Samuel's holding on to second place, but Nicholas, with that strong second 100, has pulled clear of the rest of the field and is going to take out this fourth and final heat of our boys 12 years 200 freestyle. We are underway in event 92, the girls' 13 years 200 metre butterfly. We have 2 heats of this event. In the water is heat 1.
Starting strong is our visitor, Melina, in lane number 4. She's taken it out quick here in the first 25 metres and built up nearly a body length lead over the rest of the swimmers there. She'll touch him first, Zoe Clemenson in second, and Amelia Leo in third.
A nice, strong opening 50 as she's extended her lead in this second 50, with Zoe sitting in second place, comfortably ahead of Amelia Lowe as they make their way through the 75-metre mark of this opening 100.
Yeah, as we see Melina continue to extend her lead as we come down towards the turn for the halfway mark here. Melina now will touch the wall and turn in a 1:09.87. Zoe's still in second in a 1:12.61, and then Amelia in a 1:15.01.
So as we move into this third 50 of our 200 butterfly, it's really important that these swimmers continue to drive forward, keep their hips and feet up. Otherwise, it does feel like that wall down the other end just suddenly vanishes into the distance.
As in Zoe now a break away from Amelia in second spot there. So she's now chasing Melina as we look to come down to the final turn for this race. Indy Herbert, another visitor, having a strong third 50, coming up to Amelia in that battle for third spot. But it is Melina who will touch first at the last turn. Zoe in second. And then in that third spot will be Indy Herbert, who has overtaken Amelia Lowe.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Melina continues to extend her lead and is comfortably in control of this opening heat of our girls' 13 years 200 butterfly, with Zoe sitting in second place. But moving into third place in this last 50 is Indy.
Melina here coming for a touch at a 2:33.80. Zoe Clemenson finishes second in a 2:37.58. We will see Indy Herbert, the second of our visitors in this heat, touch in third spot. In the water for this second heat of the 200 butterfly for the girls 13-year-olds here. Starting strongly in lane number 3 is Arabella Scott, who we've already seen this morning. Alexandra Henker, another one of our visitors who has swum a couple of times this morning as well, also having a strong start, with the two of them leading this one out.
So Arabella leads through the opening 50 ahead of Alexandra, with Victoria sitting in third place.
A good turn there from Arabella Scott, able to extend her lead over Alexandra in the early part of this second 50. Victoria is sitting in third spot, but Matilda on lane number 2 also having a good swim there. But it is Arabella Scott who is leading the way by more than a body length as we come down to the wall for the halfway mark of this second and final heat.
So Arabella leads through the 100 in 1:10.96. A nice strong opening 100, with Alexandra sitting in second place, Victoria in third, Matilda in fourth, and Nikita in fifth.
Arabella continuing to grow that lead that she established in that first 50 here. She's in control of this race Alexandra Henke, though, is continuing to try and reduce that gap, currently sitting in second spot here. That battle for third, starting to see Nikita, Chu and Matilda in lane number 2 and 7 come up on Victoria, who has been third for most of this race. We'll see Arabella Scott now turn for the final lap.
So Arabella has been in control of this heat 2 of our girls, 13 years, turned a butterfly from the start. She's doing a really good job down this last 50 of keeping those hips and feet up, keeping that tempo going. And she leads ahead of Alexandra with 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, Alexandra decreasing the lead a little bit in this last 50, but Arabella's done all the hard work already in this race to set up the lead and set up a good lane for tonight's final here. So we'll see Arabella Scott touch first in a 2:37.69. Second will be Alexandra Henke, and then touching in third. It's going to be a race there. It's going to come down to the touch on the wall, but it is Victoria who touches third.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 93, the boys 13 years 200 metre butterfly. Leading through the opening 25 is Max Bailey. Our visitor from West Side, and he's continuing to extend his lead down this opening 50, with Lachlan Bull sitting in second place at this first 50 metre turn.
One of 3 visitors in this heat here, one of 2 heats in this event. Also looking good is Lachlan Bull, who's had a heavy program already in the first few days here. Lane number 7 here, Jonathan Bayo, another visitor, also having a good second 50 here.
So Max Bailey's continued to extend his lead down this second 50. Lachlan Bull sitting in second place as they make their way through that 100 metre turn. Lachlan Bull's making up some grounds on those turns as he's getting through them nice and quickly compared to Max, with Jonathan sitting in third place.
Yeah, Lachlan starting to make his move now, coming up to the shoulders of Max, who has led from the start here. It's a battle in those 2 middle lanes there. Jonathan still in third spot, but also coming through strongly, Thomas Poppins in lane number 3.
So Lachlan Bull has moved up alongside Max Bailey, and they go into that third turn together, with those strong underwaters from Lachlan Bull pulling him out to a slight lead as Max tries to respond down this final 50. So with 25 metres left to swim, Max has now moved back ahead of Lachlan Bull and is extending his lead to almost a body length with 15 metres left to swim. So it will be with Max Bailey, who is going to take out the opening heat of our boys 13 years turn a butterfly in a 2:22.5 ahead of Lachlan Bull. A strong swim in the second half from Thomas Poppins, so Thomas O'Toole to touch in third ahead of Jonathan in fourth.
in the water for this second heat of the boys 200-metre butterfly for the 13-year-olds. Jumping out of the blocks there in lane number 4 was Cooper Scott. He has got the early lead in this race.
So Cooper Scott is now out to a 2 body length lead over a tight bunch behind him here in the first 50 of heat 2 of our boys 13 years 200 butterfly. So we saw the boys in that opening heat put together some strong swims. So Cooper Scott is trying to respond to get a centre lane for tonight's final with a nice 30.2 opening 50. Elijah sitting in second place and Eddie Dingwall in third.
Yeah, been a sensational start here from Cooper Scott, who has dominated this race so far. The battle for those other places is a close one between lanes 5, 6 and 7. So Alistair, Eddie and Elijah are all going head to head here. Elijah now into that second spot as we see Cooper Scott turning first.
So Cooper Scott leads through at the 100. Elijah sitting in second. Alistair moving into third place. So as we move down this third 50, Cooper Scott from Wodonga City is putting together a really good 200 butterfly here, looking relaxed and comfortable in this third 50 as he makes his way to the final turn. Elijah Lamont remains in second place, a body length clear of Alistair in lane 5.
As we see Cooper turn for this final lap. Turns in a 1:44.15, a massive lead there. Elijah Lamont in second with a 1:50. Then third spot, Alistair Ho also there as well. But it is Cooper Scott who is leading this race here. Dominated from the outset and looking to take this one out and put himself in a good spot for the final.
So as Cooper Scott comes underneath the flags here in heat 2 and down to touch in a time of 2:21.31. Tight battle behind for second place with Elijah holding on and getting the touch just ahead of Rain Lee. In the water now is heat 1 of event 94. The girls 14 years 100 metre butterfly. We have 5 heats of this event.
Henrietta starting strong there in lane number 4. Came out of the blocks really well to establish herself. Now the others are starting to come at her. Abby Mesher in lane number 5's had a good back half to this lap, as has Megan Lee, who turned in second and third, but it is Henrietta Wong who does lead this one.
And once again, really strong underwaters there for Henrietta. Off that wall has extended her lead down this third 25. She's out to a 3 body length lead over a close battle behind between Megan Lee, Abby Mesher and Taylor Miller. Those 3 are also battling with Mackenzie Tomlin to finish in the top 3 positions in this opening heat of the girls 14 years 100 butterfly. But it will be Henrietta who comes into touch in a 1:03.65, Taylor in second and Abby in third.
in the water for this second of 5 heats in event 94. And coming up strongly in lane number 5 is one of our visitors, Jade Lyles, who has taken the lead in this first 25 metres there. Also swimming strongly is Natasha Link, who is in the next lane to her. So it's going to be lane 4 and 5 that will look to turn first here.
So through the opening 50, Natasha and Jade side by side, and they continue down this third 25. Also swimming well is Oriana David in lane 3. So the top 3 have started to clear ahead of the rest of the field, but it is nice and tight between our 2 leaders, with Natasha and Jade still going stroke for stroke into this last 15 metres, with Natasha just starting to pull away in the final 25 to take out heat 2 of her girls 14 years 100 butterfly. Jade in second and Adriana in third.
Take your mark.
Up in heat 3 of 5 in the girls 14-year-old 100-metre butterfly. That's lane 5 as well, who has started this one. Sorossi started really strongly, as has lane 8, Ariel Cole.
Yes, sir, she's really strong opening 50 here, and she's going to lead as she makes the turn in a 30.90, sitting ahead of Ariel in second and Millie Charlton in third. Off that wall, she's extended her lead, but here comes Millie Charlton in this third 25, moving into second place and starting to move up alongside Saoirse with 25 metres left to swim here in our third heat of our girls 14 years 100-metre butterfly.
Yeah, the 2 leaders going stroke for stroke here. Millie trying to catch our visitor here. It's going to come down to the touch on the wall there, and it is Millie Charlton who has done enough to take the win in a 1:06.14. Sorasi finishes in second, and third is Ariel Cole.
Take your mark.
Underway in heat 4 of the 14-year-old women's 100-metre butterfly, and a nice even start across the field here in heat 4, with Grace leading slightly through that first 25. Also swimming well out in lane 0 is Jess Campbell. As we head towards the first turn, 6 of them are going to touch the wall together. But it will be Grace who got her hands on the wall first. And she does continue to lead as she emerges just ahead of Alice Jones down in lane 8.
Yeah, Alice Jones has had a good swim so far, but now you're looking at it in lane number 4. Piper Brown's had a good back 25 to get back into this race there. Bryn Kirk also there, but it is Piper Brown who is leading this one as we come underneath these flags. Brown will try and take this one out. She's got a number of swimmers coming at her, but she's going to hold on and take it out in a 1:09.81. Second was Alice Jones in lane 8, and then in third spot was Allegra Aquilina.
Take your mark.
And we're underway in our 5th and final heat of the girls' 14 years 100-metre butterfly. As we make our way through the opening 25, it's Ava and Scarlett who has a slight lead over both Sophie May and Alyssa.
Yeah, these swimmers looking to try and get a good time. We've seen some good times across the board so far. It is the middle two lanes there with Ava Coombs leading this one as we're coming down for the touch for the turn here. And it is going to be lane number 4, Ava, who does turn first, slightly ahead of Scarlett, with Sophie May in third.
So with 35 metres left to swim, Scarlett holds a slight advantage over both Asa and Alyssa. With 25 metres left to swim, all 4 of them are still with a chance to take out this heat win here in heat 5. And now moving into the first place position is Alyssa with 15 metres left to swim.
Yeah, having been 4th at the turn there, Alyssa's had a good back 50 here to take the lead in this race. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's Scarlett Siddles who does get the touch there in a 1:12.98. Alyssa finished second in a 1:13 flat, and Sophie May in third.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 95, the boys' 14 years 100-metre butterfly. And off to a really strong start in the centre of the pool is Ishak Ismail, who's put together a number of good swims so far this week, but going with him in the opening 25 is Aiden Ramos. Those two are going to touch well clear of the rest of the field here in this opening 50.
Yeah, Ismail touches first from Ramos in second. We mentioned Ismail did break a couple of Victorian records yesterday in the 50 butterfly here, and he's been able to use that turn to break away from Aiden Ramos in this second 50.
The battle for third place in this heat is nice and tight, but Terence Chi is currently holding on to it as we move into the last 15 metres. But out in front, it is Ishak Ismail who's in control of this opening heat and takes down under the minute ahead of Aiden, with Terence getting the touch for third. Underway here in heat 2 of our boys' 14 years 100-metre butterfly, and in the centre of the pool, Hang Tang Wang leads through the opening 25.
Yeah, another one of those swimmers to provide some highlights on night 1 of the finals last night, and has come away with a really strong start in this first 50. It's going to turn with a body length lead after the first 50 metres here. In second spot, Ashton Wilson, and then in third at the turn was Oscar.
So Hang Tang is in control of this second heat of the 100 butterfly. Ashton's holding on to second place, just ahead of Oscar Margalotti. With 25 metres left to swim, also putting in a good performance is Xavier Gray in lane 9. He's right up alongside, challenging for that second place. But it is all Hang Tang out in front, and he takes this second heat out in a 1:01.25. With Oscar in second, and Ashton and Thomas tight in that battle for third.
Now in the water for the third of 4 heats in this event, and starting very strongly in lane number 3 was Liam Joy, and now coming up there is Ewan Stubbins, one of our visitors who has come across one of 5 visitors in this race. So a lot of swimmers having their opportunity at these titles.
We do have a number of visitors from all parts of the country. Every single state has a representative here at the Victorian state titles, as well as 4 different countries with athletes from New Zealand, Thailand, Singapore and Japan joining us here at MSAC for our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships.
As we come down in this back 25 metres, here it's Liam Joy who is leading Stubbins here. Joy, the one Victorian who was in the first five at the turn, will be able to do enough here to hold on to take this one in a 1:01.30. Ewan Stubbins in second, and third spot was Jax.
Underway in our 4th and final heat of our boys 14 years 100-metre butterfly. So make our way through the opening 25. It is Jaden who leads from Nuttawading in lane 6.
Zhang, another one of those ones in lane number 6 who does have a heavy program here, has had a strong start. Also coming in strong in Ethan Gately in lane number 3. He's had a good back half of that first 50. Will turn a second behind Jaden. Kevin will turn in third spot.
So Jaden continues to extend his lead in this third 25. He's got 2 body lengths clear of the rest of the field. Broderick, Ethan and Kevin all battling for those minor places in this heat. But out in front, it is all Jaden Zhang who's in control here in our 4th and final heat of the boys 14 years 100 butterfly, and comes into touch in a 1:04.53 ahead of Ethan in second and Dex getting up for third. And we are underway in a swim-off for event 87, the boys 17-18 100-metre backstroke between Oscar Campbell and Benjamin Nolter. They are swimming off for first reserve as they make their way through the first 35 metres. Oscar Campbell from Nuttawading leads slightly ahead of Benjamin from Western Melbourne Propulsion as they make their way through the turn. Less than 0.1 of a second apart.
So we hear the crowd now get involved.
Yeah, really strong turn and in and out the wall from Benjamin gave him a slight lead. Oscar Campbell's coming back up alongside him with 25 metres left to swim. Benjamin's holding on nice and strong, but Oscar's creeping ahead with 15 metres left to swim. Can Benjamin's respond in the last 10 metres? It does look like Oscar has control of this swim-off and takes down a 1:01.40 by 0.4 of a second ahead of Benjamin. Both of those boys swimming significantly faster in the swim-off than they swam earlier this morning. So the standard was set there in the swim-off. Fantastically strong swims by both those athletes as we now move along to event 96, the girls' 15 years 100-metre freestyle.
Yeah, Kira Jeff starting this one well. We've seen her a couple of times already this morning and yesterday. Coming off a little bit of illness, she was saying last night. So nice to see her back in the pool and leading very strongly into the back half of this race.
Yes, with 35 metres left to swim, she's pulled clear of the rest of the field, which are having a nice tight battle that's currently being led by Jasmine in lane 3. But is anyone's game of who is going to get those minor places in this heat and give himself a chance to progress to the final tonight. But it is all Kira Jeffs out in front, and she takes out this opening heat in the 58.87. Getting the touch for second is Jasmine, with Karma Farmi in third.
In the water for this second of 6 heat in the 100-metre freestyle for the 15-year-old girls. And it's Asa Fong Sutton who has started this race very strongly, taking an early lead.
She has that half body length lead as she makes her way through to the 50-metre turn, just ahead of a tight bunch behind her, with Jamie currently sitting in second and Erika in third.
Yeah, a good turn by some of those ones chasing there. Lane number 6, Waylon Trong had a really good turn. Now coming up again next to Asa there. Also got Erika in lane number 4, so it's the 3 middle lanes coming down to the end of this race here. It's going to come down to the touch on the wall between the top 3. Looking to get there was Erika, touched out Asa, and Waylon Trong in third. All 3 are going under the 1 minute.
Underway here in heat 3 of our girls' 15 years 100-metre freestyle, and it is Miller who leads through the opening 25, but now taking over is Octavia Mahoney in the centre of the pool. So through the first 50 metres, it will be Octavia who leads as she goes through to turn in a 28.25, with Jessica Osborne in second and Caitlin sitting in third place. Once again, we have a clear leader through the opening 50, but a big bunch of athletes behind, battling for the minor places to give themselves the best chance of progressing through to the girls' 15 years 100 freestyle final. With 15 metres left to swim, Octavia continues to lead, but a really strong second 50 from Caitlin from Yarra Plenty's moved her right up alongside her, and those two go into touch together, with Octavia just ahead of Caitlin and Phoebe Scarf in third. And we are underway here in heat 4. In a nice tight battle down this opening 50. And it's good to see some Funky and Funkita racing bathers being represented in this heat. Funky Trunks and Funkita have been major sponsors of Swimming Victoria for 9 years. Their swimwear and products embody a sport that blends modern innovation with a rich historical legacy. Partnering with a quality Australian company like the Way Funky Company allows Swim Victoria to provide swimmers with excellent experiences today while ensuring even better opportunities in the future. Make a statement with their bold and colourful designs. Check out their website or visit their pop-up store upstairs for those of you who are here at MSAC. So with 15 metres left to swim, is a tight battle here in Heat 4 as we go underneath the flags and down to touch. It will be Laura Haslett who does take it out just ahead of Zoe Gant and Keisha in third place.
In the pool for Heat 5 of 6 of event 96. It is the 100-metre freestyle for the 15-year-old girls. Starting strongly in lane number 5, Hannah Buchanan's had a good first 25 metres, as has Zoe Skepper out in lane number 9. She's up among the contenders with this one. And it's going to come down to either Buchanan or Skepper on the touch. It was Buchanan who did get that one. Skepper second, then Emily McMillan in third.
So a strong opening 50 from both Hannah and Zoe as they make their way through the third 25, and they're still in first and second place with Emily McMillan coming right up alongside them with 25 metres left to go. Hannah McCanning is holding on to that lead that she established down that opening 50, with Emily in lane 4 finishing really strongly alongside her. Those two go underneath the flags and down to touch, and it will be Hannah ahead of Emily, with Isabel Coretta getting up for third.
In the water for the final heat of this event here, Heat 6 of 6. Fairly even start across the pool. Lanes 8 and 9, lanes 8 and 7, Taryn Aldred and Sorel Bedra probably leading early on in this one. Also having a good start in lane number 1, Charlize Hodgson.
So as we make our way through this opening 50, it is nice and even across the field, but a really strong turn from Taryn, and she leads by a quarter of a body length going through to the last 25 of this sixth and final heat.
Yeah, Taryn is still leading the way here. Cyril also having a good swim. And then in lane number 3, Roland starting to come up into the conversation for those minor placings. It's going to be, though, Taryn Aldridge who takes this one out in a 1:02.43. Roland takes second spot, and then third was Harper McCullough Stewart.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 97, the boys 15 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats of this event.
Lane number 5 there, Alex Stevens, one of our visitors, has had a good start alongside Liam Paulson in lane number 4. It's going to be Paulson who turns first there. Stevens is in second. Then Hugo Carson out in lane number 1, turns in third spot.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Liam Paulson has taken over the lead and looks to extend it down this final 25, but Thomas is swimming really strongly down lane 3, and those two are going to go underneath the flags together to touch in this opening heat. It will be Thomas who takes it out ahead of Liam, with Alex in third. All three boys under 55 seconds there in the opening heat.
Take your mark.
Heat number 2 underway and now, and the swimmers are up and stroking. And it's lane 6 there, Harry McCraw, who has started well. Isaac Allen, one of the visitors, has also had a good start. And coming up strongly in lane number 9 is Lynn.
So through the opening 50, it is Harry McCaw who leads ahead of Isaac Allen. And he does have the best of the turns. He really used in and out of that wall to gain about a half body length lead over the rest of the field. He's held that through the 75-metre mark as Isaac Allen tries to challenge him in these last 15 metres.
It's still McCraw in front here, looking to hold off Isaac Allen. It's going to come down to the wall, and Allen gets him in a 54.52. McCraw in a 54.56. And then third was Benjamin King, who finished that race strongly.
Take your mark.
In the water for heat number 3 of event 97. Fairly even start here. Lane number 9, Peter having a good start, as has Rick in lane number 7. Starting to come through in lane number 4 is Zundri Herbst, another one of our visitors. A touch in first will be Zundre, with Rick in second and Peter in third.
Yeah, Zundre leads through that turn and has extended his lead in this third 25. Both Rick and Peter are holding on to those minor positions with 25 metres left to swim as the swimmers in the middle of the pool start to make their move. But it is all Zundre with 15 metres left to swim, and he is going to take out this third heat of our boys 15 years, 100 freestyle in a 54.62.
Take your mark.
Heat number 4 now underway in the 100-metre freestyle for the 15 boys. Jun Ho in lane number 3 has had the better start of this race and has been able to get out to half a body length lead as we come down this back first of 50. Also looking strong over there in lane number 1 is Oliver Callio, who does a turn in second, and Hamish Darvin in lane number 0 turns in third.
Yeah, it was a really strong opening 50 from Jun Ho from Nuttawadi. He leads by over a body length. Oliver's trying to go with him in this third 25, sitting in second place. But Jun Ho had a strong lead with 15 metres left to swim, and no one is going to get near him. But that battle for second place is really tightening up behind him. But it is all Jun Ho who comes into the wall and takes out heat 4 in a 55.83. Harry in second and Hamish in third.
Take your mark.
As we're underway here in heat 5 of our boys 15 years 100 freestyle.
Starting strong there in lane number 7, Will Herbert, as we've seen this morning, has had some good swims under his belt there. Also looking good in lane number 0. Max She has had a good turn there, and he will turn first. Callum also in lane number 1 will turn second, and Logan Pinkerton in lane number 2 will turn third. So it was all the action on the far side of the pool, but Will Herbert now starting to kick in lane number 7.
Yeah, the actions is on the outside of the pool here, and Will Herbert's trying to hold on now with 15 metres left to swim. With Logan Pinkerton also swimming strongly, but Will is just ahead with 5 metres left to swim here in Heat 5 and takes that 57.43. Logan in second and Callum Otto in third.
Take your mark.
Just 2 swimmers in this final heat of the 100-metre freestyle for the 15-year-old boys, and it's Gabrielle leading Thomas slightly down this first lap, but Thomas isn't letting him get away, trying to stay on his shoulder as they come down to the back part of this first lap. Gabrielle will turn first in a 27.68, Thomas Prendergast in a 28.54.
And a strong turn there from Gabriel has extended his lead into this third 25 ahead of Thomas.
Gabrielle will continue to extend that lead. It was that turn early in that first lap that set this one up. He will come in to take out this final heat in a 58.12. Thomas Prendergast finishing in a 1:01.
Take your mark.
In the water now is Heat 1 of event 98, the girls 16 years 200-metre individual medley.
We've got 3 heats in this event, with Allegra Crean, one of our visitors, starting well in the butterfly leg here. Also, Zali Schneiders, who we've seen as starting to get into this one, and GU Zio in lane number 6 has had a good first lap. It's going to be Crean who turns first, Emerson Hogan in second, and GU in third.
And Allegra had a strong underwaters there at the start of her backstroke leg to just extend her lead. So she leads by just on a body length as she makes her way through the 75-metre mark.
Yeah, it's been a good first nearly 100 metres here for Allegra Crean. That battle for seconds now on Zali Schneiders, starting to come into this one, and he's coming up onto the shoulder of Allegra as we come into the wall to turn for the breaststroke leg there. It'll be Allegra still leading, Zali Schneiders in second, Emerson Hogan in third, but it was Hogan who had a really good turn to come into a second spot, but Crean has the answers at the moment.
So Allegra continues to lead, with Emerson starting to clear out into second place ahead of the battle between Zali and GU in third and fourth.
It's been a good breaststroke leg here from GU, who has now come up into a third spot and is chasing down Emerson Hogan. It's still Allegra Crean, our visitor, who is leading the way. She touches at the 1:50 mark here. In second is Emerson Hogan. GU is in third, with Zali Schneiders in fourth. It's all Crean, though, who's dominated this one from the start.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Allegra is in control of this heat, our visitor from South Australia. Emerson sitting in second place, but a really strong finish by Zali Schneiders, reducing that margin in this final 15 metres. but it will be Allegra who touches first in a 2:27, with Emerson holding on for second just ahead of Zali. We're underway here in our second heat of our girls 16 years 200 metre individual medley, and it's Ava Candy who's going to lead through the opening 25 of butterfly. We know Ava's nice strong butterfly, and she's using that to her advantage to push out to almost a half body length lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, Bronwyn Zeng also having a good start there on the far side, along with Gemma Sullivan, who we've seen have a good butterfly leg in one of the earlier events. But it is Ava Candy who is leading that one. Keep an eye on Logan Shelley out in lane number 1. Did touch second after that first leg.
So as we move through the halfway mark of backstroke, Ava Candy has continued to extend her lead over the rest of the field, which are tightly bunched behind. Ava's doing a really good job of keeping that tempo up nice and high in her backstroke, as Grace Dobie's now making a move through to second place, as Ava makes that turn at the 100 metre mark under the 110. Grace in second, with Sienna in third.
Yeah, that was a really good 50 from Grace there, who now is coming up to Ava in the middle of the pool there in the breaststroke leg. Sienna also another one who had a good backstroke leg to come up there. It is still Ava Candy leading, but Grace is right on her shoulder coming up as we in this back part of this breaststroke leg. The momentum is with Grace at the moment. She is still slightly behind Ava, but there is now nothing between these two.
So they're going to touch together with 50 metres left to swim, with Sienna sitting in third, just 2.5 metres behind. And Grace Dobie does get the slightly better turn and has started to extend her lead ever so slightly over Ava Candy as they make their way through the first 25 of freestyle. Ava is trying to respond, and they've come back together with 15 metres left to swim, with Sienna still sitting in third place here in Heat 2. As they head underneath the flags, Grace and Ava will touch the wall together, just 2/100ths of a second apart, with Sienna in third.
In the pool for this third and final heat of the 200 metre medley for the 16-year-old girls. And we're up and stroking, and it's lane number 6, Mia Bates, who has had the better of the starts of these swimmers. Chloe Burke now also starting to come up and make her mark, and has taken the lead as we come down to the flags for this first turn. Will be the Melton swimmer who turns first, Mia Bates in second, and Lucy Doyle in third.
We know both Chloe and Mia are really strong butterfly swimmers. They're using that to advantage to get out into the lead in this heat. Lucy's now starting to make a move, and as expected, Jessie Steinem coming as well. Jessie's strongest stroke is probably her backstroke, and she's using it to her advantage to move through from fourth into first here with 15 metres left to swim. Yeah. Jessie will claim that her breaststroke is her weakest stroke, but she did put up a really good performance earlier today in the 50 breaststroke. So their breaststroke ability is better than what she says.
And look, she's given herself a 2.5 lead heading into this leg as well. So it was a sensational backstroke leg to set up her race. Burke and Doyle are coming at her, but at the moment she's still able to hold them off. It's been a good breaststroke leg so far for Steinman.
Yeah, so Jessie continues to lead as we approach the last 15 metres of this breaststroke leg, with Chloe Burke moving right up alongside her in second place and Lucy Doyle sitting just a body length behind in third. It will be Chloe Burke who's going to touch the wall first, with 50 metres left to swim here, ahead of Jessie Steinem and Lucy Doyle in third place. Those three have cleared out from the rest of the field here in our third and final heat of girls 16 years 200 metre individual medley. And it has been that strong second 100 from Chloe Burke, from Melton, and she's comfortably ahead of the rest of the field here in this heat. A strong last 50 from Lucy Doyle has moved her into second place, with Jessie Steinem sitting in third. As Chloe comes into touch at 2:26.94 to take out this third and final heat, ahead of Lucy and Jessie.
Now the boys' 16-year-olds turn for the 200-metre medley. We do have 4 heats in this event. And Oscar Dingwall in lane number 4 has started this one strongly, as has Ben Merrilees in lane number 7. But it is the visitor there in Oscar Dingwall who will turn first here into the backstroke.
And a really strong underwaters there from Oscar, getting out past 10 metres, continues to hold that lead. Ben sitting in second place, just ahead of Owen.
Ben with a strong backstroke leg, trying to reduce that gap there, but coming strong over in lane number 2 is Owen, another one of our visitors. We do have 4 in this heat here, but it is Oscar who turns first, Owen in second, Ben Merrilees in third.
So as we move on to our breaststroke leg, Oscar continues to have a commanding lead on the rest of the field as he moves through the first 25 of breaststroke. The mover here, though, in lane 3 is Hamish Evans. He turned 4th at the 100. He's already up to second place, 25 metres into the breaststroke leg, and is starting to make some ground out of Oscar with 15 metres left to swim.
Yeah, he's been the one to take control in this breaststroke leg here. We'll see Oscar Dingwall still turn first in here, but it is now in second spot there. Hamish Evans is now in second with a really good breaststroke leg.
So with 25 metres left to swim, it is all Oscar Dingwall, a visitor from South Australia, who's comfortably out in front. The battle behind is getting nice and tight. Hamish used that good breaststroke to move into second place, but Brodie Cargill is charging home. But out in front, it is Oscar who takes the heat win out under the 2:10 barrier. Hamish in second, and Brodie in third, just ahead of Daniel. as we move along to heat 2 of our boys 16 years 200 metre individual medley. And through the opening 25 metres, Sam Hartley in the centre of the pool is putting together a strong butterfly leg, and also going with him is Scott Robinson.
Yeah, also looking good, Miller Stott over in lane number 1 as well, and it is Miller Stott who does get the touch on the wall for that first 50. A really good underwater though from Sam Hartley to bring him back up in front as we come down this backstroke leg. Also in lane number 2, Samuel Mills now starting to get into this race, looking to make a move. It is lanes 1 and 2 in Miller Stott, and Samuel Mills leading this race.
So as we approach the breaststroke turn, Samuel Mills leads ahead of Miller Scott, with Sam Hartley sitting in 3rd place. So it was the boys in lane 1 and 2 who had the fastest backstroke legs. And Samuel Mills is really attacking the start of this breaststroke leg. The MLC aquatic athlete has extended his lead over the rest of the field through the first 25 of breaststroke.
Yeah, it's been a good transition from backstroke into breaststroke there for Mills as that lead continues to increase. Miller Stott still in 2nd over in lane number 1 as we see Ryan Sinclair start to come through in lane number 3. As we see Samuel Mills now turn for this final lap. Has a 4-second lead on Miller Stott, so it's been a sensational middle 250s for him.
Yeah, so that was really strong back and breast leg, has set this up. And he's pulled clear of the rest of the field, Samuel Mills, in lane 2. He's in control of this heat as he makes his way down to touch, with Miller Scott holding on to 2nd place, but it is all Samuel Mills in a 2:13.24. Miller Scott in 2nd and Sam Hartley in 3rd. Are underway here in heat 3 for the boys 16 years 200 metre individual medley, and a really strong start from Lewis G in lane 5. He leads comfortably at the 25 metre mark, but over the second 25 of butterfly it's starting to even up, with Ashley Lansbury moving into 2nd place as they approach the butterfly to backstroke turn.
Yeah, as we come down and now for that turn, a really good underwater there in lane number 5 for Lewis G. Able to take a lead out here. Also looking strong in lane number 8 is William Bottle James. It's now fairly even across the pool with about 7 of them in the mix as we come down to the back half of this backstroke.
Yeah, it is 7 across the pool with 15 metres left to swim in the backstroke. So it's all important to use that speed into the wall to transition into that split stroke to head off and carry that speed into our breaststroke leg. It will be Zagan who just touches out the rest of the field, and he does lead as he emerged, but getting the better of the first couple of strokes off breaststrokes was Miles Dressel de Bruin. He started to pull away in the opening 25 of breaststroke, with Ashley Lansbury going with him.
Yeah, they've broken open this race after it being even across the board at the end of the backstroke. It is Milo Dressel de Bruin and Ashley Lansbury with a decent lead now as we head into the wall. For the turn from breaststroke into freestyle, it'll be Dressel de Bruin turn in first, a second ahead of Lansbury. Then in 3rd spot is Keegan Coulter, but it is all Dressel de Bruin now.
So with 25 metres left to swim, both Milo and Ashley have pulled a clear of the rest of the field. And those two are going to be the first into the wall in heat 3 of the boys 16 years 200 metre individual medley. And it will be Milo who takes it out 2:12.36 ahead of Ashley and Keegan in third place.
Take your mark.
In the water for this fourth and final heat for the boys 16-year-old 200-metre individual medley. Just 4 swimmers in this heat and fairly even across the pool as we go down this butterfly leg. Jonas Clark probably slightly ahead here, but now coming through is Spencer Davis and Dax Codheady in lanes 3 and 4.
So it is Spencer who leads ahead of Dax, with Williams sitting in second and Jonas in fourth. So we're moving into the backstroke leg, and Spencer's doing a good job of keeping that stroke rate up nice and high as he maintains a half bodily lead over his 3 other competitors.
It's been a good backstroke leg there from Davis, able to extend his lead a little bit there. William Bryan, though, now starting to come through at the end of this lap here. The 2 of them will go to the wall together. Touching first is going to be Spencer Davies, just ahead of William Bryan, with Jonas Clark in third.
So as we move on to our breaststroke leg, it's just going to tighten up once again as Dax is making his move from fourth back to second place through the first 25. Spencer's holding on to a body length lead as those two start to pull clear of the Tiger Sharks teammates sitting in lane 5 and 6.
Yeah, the 2 in lane 3 and 4 starting to break away, and now Spencer Davies and Dax Codheady. Nothing between the 2 of them. Looks like Codheady might be slightly ahead here. He will touch first with nearly a 2.5 second quicker breaststroke leg than Spencer Davies. So it is Codheady now with a body length lead coming down this freestyle leg.
So Dax, our athlete from MLC Aquatic, has used a really strong second half of this 200-metre individual medley to take control of our 4th and final heat for the 16-year-old boys. He's going to come underneath the flags and touch in a big personal best time of 2:21.17. Spencer in second and William in third.
Take your mark.
Now into the 100-metre breaststroke for females 17 to 18. We've got 4 heats in this event. Starting well there in lane number 4 is one of our visitors in Claire Borgmeyer. She's got the better of the start here. Now starting to come through in lane number 6, another visitor, Ava Neams.
So through the opening 50, it is Claire who leads comfortably ahead of the rest of the field, with Ava sitting in second and Madeline in third.
Able to extend that lead on the turn there was Claire. She's looking to really build on the start that she's had, out by more than a body length. In second is lane number 5, Madeline Yu, another one of our visitors there. Then we've got a couple more. Ava Neems, another one. As we said before, only 2 visitors can make the final, so positions is vital here. But it is going to be Claire who will win this first heat. Madeline Yu will finish second there, and then in third is going to be Ava Neems. So it was Claire winning at a time of a 1:13.36.
We are underway in our second heat for our 17-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke. It is Jasmine Lyles in the centre of the pool who leads through this opening 25 ahead of Yushi Liu.
Yeah, it was a good start there in lane number 6. Frances Beauville now starting to come through as well. It's been a good 25 metres after that start for her. Now coming into the wall, there's not much between them, but it is looking like it's going to be lane 4 and 3. So Jasmine Lyles will get the touch there from Lou, and then in third spot is Frances.
So Jasmine continues to extend her lead in this third 25. The battle for second place behind her is nice and tight. As we make our way through into the final 25, Jasmine has a body length lead over Yushi, who's currently sitting in second place alongside Isabella.
It's been a strong swim from Jasmine Lyles, who is going to take this out from a start to a finish race here. She'll touch in a 1:16.22. Lou finishes second in a 1:17.64 there, and then third was Isabel Dowler.
Getting the best of the starts in this third heat was Frida Tahar in the centre of the pool, and she just leads through the first 25 with Zoe Schneider and Natasha Coleman.
Yeah, it's been a good start down this 50 so far for Farida. Now starting to look really strong is Zoe Schneider, coming up alongside Farida's shoulder, but Farida will turn first here in a 34.90. Zoe Schneider in a 35.08. But it was a good turn here from Schneider, who's now up alongside Farida. So the two of them are going stroke for stroke down the middle of the pool.
Yeah, she timed that into that wall. She carried her speed, kept the momentum going, and she leads through that 75 just ahead of Farida, with 25 metres left to swim. With 15 metres left to swim now, Farida has moved back into the lead here in our third heat and is pulling away underneath the flags to take out this third heat of our 17-18 100 breaststroke in a 1:14.22, with Zoe in second place and Natasha in third.
Up and swimming in this final heat of event 100, the 100-metre breaststroke females 17 and 18-year-old. Just 3 swimmers in this race. Grace Richards leading this one early on, but not much between the 3 swimmers during this first lap here.
So So Grace and Ruby are slightly ahead of Skylar as we approach the 50 turn, and it will be Grace who leads through just ahead of Ruby. Skylar sitting under a second behind. And a really strong turn there from Ruby, and she pops up in the lead through the first 15 metres of this second 50.
Yeah, it was a really good turn there by Ruby. Grace, though, still sticking with her, now starting to come at her as they come down to this last 25 metres. The two of them have got a gap on Skylar, and they are going stroke for stroke as we come down towards the flags here. Looks like Ruby may be able to do enough to get away with this, but Grace is still coming hard. Coming down to the touch, it is Ruby who does get it in a 1:20.95. Grace Richards in second and Skylar Walo in third.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 101, the boys 17-18 100-metre breaststroke.
A really strong start there from Felix Dressel de Bruin. Came out firing and has been able to get half a body length lead, coming out to probably nearly a body length lead as he comes down towards this wall. It is all Felix in the middle of the pool in this first lap here. He has nearly a 2-second lead on Harry Heath. In third is Mitchell Davies at the turn.
Yeah, so really strong opening 50 there from Felix as he continues to drive forward towards the wall through that 75-metre mark. Harry Heath has moved into a clear second place, a body length clear of the rest of the field with 25 metres left to swim. But it is all Felix Dressel de Bruin here in the opening heat of our boys 17-18 100-metre breaststroke as he comes into touch in a nice time of 1:03.53. Harry in second and Mitchell Davies getting the touch for third.
In the water for heat 2 of event 101 here. And the swimmers are up and swimming. It was a good start there in lane number 4 from Nicholas Stupas. Also starting well in lane number 8 is Jake Ridley. As they're coming out here, now starting to come into conversation, Jack Gonzalez as well in lane number 7. Touching at the wall there, it is going to be Jack who touches first. Then in second spot there was Blake Scott out in lane number 1, and then Jake Ridley in lane number 8.
Yeah, so we had 7 athletes within half a second of each other through that first 50. So it is really nice and tight here in heat 2 of our boys 17-18 100-metre breaststroke. But as expected, Nicholas Stupas has stamped his authority on this second 50. Clearly that's been the focus in this morning's session, and he's powering away from his fellow competitors to take out heat 2 in a 1:05.6, with Oliver in second and Nikolai in third.
Now in the water for heat number 3 of the 100-metre breaststroke for males 17-18. And a strong start there in lane number 7 by Kieran Collins, one of our visitors here. Also looking good early in this one is lane number 3, Callum Rosetto.
So it will be Callum who turns first at the 50. The only one under that 32-second mark ahead of Andre, with Max Malone sitting in third place. He does continue to lead through those opening 15 metres of this second lap, but Andre is coming up right alongside him, and also Max, with Ashley making a little bit of a move in lane 4. Those four have started to clear out from the rest of the field with 15 metres left to swim. It's definitely Ashley who is swimming the fastest of the second 50s. The question is whether he'll be able to get past everyone as he draws alongside them with 5 metres left to swim, and does take out this third heat in a 1:08.39, ahead of Andre and Callum in third.
And now in the water for this fourth and final heat of event 101. Looking to start this really strongly was Casper Cheeky in lane number 6 there. Also having a really strong start, lane number 5, Caleb Olsen, and then Charles Gleason also having a good start here in lane number 7.
It will be Casper who leads through this opening 50 in a 32.45, with Benjamin sitting in second and Caleb in third. Casper's continuing to extend that lead down this third 25, and he's out by over a body length ahead of Caleb and Benjamin, who are having a good battle for second place in the fourth and final heat.
Yeah, it's been a good swim from Casper. Still in front here, Benjamin Nolter looking really strong out in lane number 2, coming home strongly, as is Caleb Olsen, but it is going to be Casper who will take this one out. Casper touches in a 1:11.75. Second was Caleb Olsen, then third was Benjamin Nolter.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 102, the girls' 12 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 3 heats of this event.
Starting strongly were the middle couple of lanes there. Annabelle Bartlett in lane number 6, Lee in number 5 as well. And also on that far side, Sophie Lee, who's all by herself in lane number 0, has had a good start there. And it looks like it will be Lee who might take this one into the wall, saying that Bartlett has had a strong finish to this lap, but Lee will get her there. Bartlett in second, Lee in third.
As we make our way into the second 50, it is Annabelle Bartlett who's taken over from Sophie Lee, with Gia Lee sitting in third place. But now making a move in this second 50 is Mariella Simmons, and she's moving into third place. Annabelle and Sophie still neck and neck with 15 metres left to swim here in our opening heat of our girls' 12 years 100 butterfly. Sophie Lee on the far side is holding on to Mariella, coming through strongly in the middle of the pool, and it will be Mariella who gets the time on the touch pads, but luckily we do have Hawkeye that we can go check on Sophie Lee's time over there in lane 0. Hawkeye is Swimming Victoria led technology, and we are the first organisation in the world to use Hawkeye at a swimming event. Throughout this meet, Swimming Victoria is using Hawkeye technology to support accurate timing and fair officiating. A network of overhead cameras captures every start, turn and finish, giving officials clear, multi-angle views in real time. This helps verify touches, confirm legal turns and ensure results are recorded with precision. Hawkeye also reduces the need for timekeepers, allowing our volunteers to focus on key roles. The system is always used alongside standard swimming rules, with final decisions made by qualified officials. It's all about delivering a fair, consistent and world-class competition experience. Our technology is being used worldwide at international events, including the World Aquatics and Olympic Games.
As we see this second heat coming down to its conclusion, Lexi Teo in lane number 4 has had a good swim. She's up there with Miki Chow, and on the touch on the wall it is Chow who gets that in a 1:08.74. Lexi Teo second and Ali Wang in third. In the water for the final girls' heat of this session. It's the third and final heat of the 100-metre butterfly for the 12-year-old girls. Starting strongly in lane number 5 was On Key Eve. Also Taylor Holt having a good start in lane number 4.
Yeah, so nice and even through this opening 25 of heat 3. But it is Taylor who's started to sneak ahead of the rest of the field, and she will turn through first at that 50-metre mark, head of on with Julia in third.
Yeah, it's been a nice swim so far from Taylor, who is still in front as we start to come into this last 25 metres. On Key Eve still sticking with her, but it's still Taylor Holt leading the way in this third and final heat here. Taylor with half a body length here will look to finish strongly here. On Key Eve still coming at her, but Holt is going to do enough to touch in a 1:11.41 on Key Eve in second and Julia Trin in third. In the water now for the final event of this session. It's the 100-metre butterfly for the 12-year-old boys. We have 3 heats in this event. Thomas Grasso, who we've already seen with a really good swim this morning, has started this one strongly and leading the way.
Yeah, really strong opening 25 from Thomas, and Yi Yang sitting in second place with Lucas Yu in third. So those 3 do lead through this opening 50. Thomas in the 31.01 has a body length lead over Yi, with Lucas sitting a further body length behind.
Yeah, expect Thomas to be the pace setter here. His seated time 5 seconds quicker than anyone else in this field. Still with a body length lead here as we come into the last part of this race. Yi Yang now coming up to him though, putting the pressure on Thomas. Thomas still ahead as we come underneath the flags here. He's going to do just enough to hold on in a 1:06.9 to Yi Yang in second there. And third was Lucas Yu.
Underway now, second of 3 heats for our boys 12 years 100-metre butterfly, and it's Tommy Zhao who leads through the first 15 metres. just ahead of Leonardo Hernandez. It is where the centre of the pool where the action is at, as those two have a half-point length lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's been a controlled first 50 so far from those two. Able to maintain that lead. Tommy Zoe, though, now starting to take control of this. Turns with half a second lead over Leonardo in that second spot. In third was William Zhang in lane number 7, who is now starting to come up next to Leonardo. It is still Tommy who is leading the way as we come into this last 25 metres. Tommy in control of this race. Leonardo still in second. William coming hard but struggling to close that gap with those first two. Leonardo coming home strong here. Coming up to Tommy, but I think it's going to be a case again that the leader's going to hold on there as he does. Finishes in a 1:09.39. Leonardo in a 1:09.40 and William Zhang in third.
Underway in our third and final heat of boys 12 years 100-metre butterfly. And through the first 15 metres, it is Billy Mayne and Jason Wang who have pulled out a body-length lead over the rest of the field. And Billy continued to extend over Jason in this second 25.
Yeah, it's been a really strong start here from Billy. That lead continues to extend as he comes into the wall. He'll turn now. In second spot is Jason Wang. In third, George Zheng out in lane number 8. But it's all Billy Mayne so far in this race as he comes down to that last 25 metres, now starting to extend his lead even more.
So Billy Mayne has this third and final heat under control. He's keeping that rhythm going nice and strongly. The athlete from Wodonga City, as Jason Wang sitting in second place with a tight battle behind for third, but it is all Billy Mayne out in front, and he takes his final heat out in the 1:05.59. Jason Wang in second, and a really close battle for third with a strong finishing Hong Tang just holding off Lucas Kovac for third and fourth. And that concludes this morning's session of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We look forward to you joining us once again this evening at 5 p.m. Until then, goodbye. We thank our technical officials and they are invited to leave pool deck.
God.